Are we live? Okay. Good morning. Aloha mai kako. My name is Dawn Chang. I am the chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. I'd like to welcome 215 and counting members who have joined us for the West Maui Commercial Use Permit Community Meeting. I also have with me here, I have Ed Underwood, who is the administrator of DOBAR, Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation. Megan Stats, the assistant administrator. Todd Tashima and Finn here with DOBAR. I also have present in the room Commander Captain Kursky with the U.S. Coast Guard, CM Chief Blanton, and
Lieutenant Vandehei.
And Lieutenant Vandehei from the U.S. Coast Guard. Thank you, everybody on Zoom, for joining us. We did invite members of the county, elected officials, and other members to join us. I do want to go over, before we begin, what this meeting is and what it isn't, and what we hope to accomplish today. The purpose of today's meeting is a follow-up of a meeting we had on September 13th. This is an informational meeting. DOBAR intends to provide accurate and consistent information to all attendees and to answer questions. And I will apologize in advance, but this is not a listening session. I have received many emails over the last several days requesting that this meeting be held in Lahaina. In concurrence with our DLNR staff, it was determined that because this is an informational meeting, the best venue is by Zoom to ensure that as many people are able to get accurate information and to provide an environment where all the West Maui stakeholders, including fishers, residents, commercial operators, government officials, and elected officials, are able to listen to the questions and concerns and get updates from respective government entities. But again, this is not intended to be a listening session. We won't be taking comments, only questions. Let me go over some Zoom protocols. Given the interests of this meeting, we have extended the meeting an additional hour from 9 to noon. If you have a question after we've provided an update, use the raise hand function and you will be unmuted to ask your question. Again, we do not intend to take comments, and again, I apologize if you are providing a comment and I'm asking you, but this meeting is about informations, not about comments. Like the last meeting, to ensure as many people can ask questions, we will provide everyone an opportunity to ask one question before you may ask another question. Okay. I did want to go over just some background before I get into the updates. The federal, state, and county coordination regarding Maui land fires, while the state and the U.S. Coast Guard are supporting Maui County in this effort, we each have our own jurisdictions. However, public health and safety, including recovery efforts, are our priority considerations. U.S. Coast Guard manages access in the ocean waters through their safety zone, which covers waters from Lahaina to at least Mala Wharf. Maui County manages access on land through Maui PD. DLNR, specifically DOBAR, manages certain West Maui facilities, including Ma'alaya Small Boat Harbor, Lahaina Small Boat Harbor, and Mala Wharf. Okay. We have tried very hard, the three agencies, to be coordinated to ensure that access is for all of these facilities and in the ocean waters are coordinated by these three agencies. I'd like to give you a brief status update on our various facilities. The status of Lahaina Harbor. The U.S. Coast Guard is coordinating through their contractor the removal of petroleum products, hazardous materials from sunken vessels, and removal of the sunken vessels. After the U.S. Coast Guard has completed its mission, DOBAR will then proceed forward with contracting to rebuild the inner marginal wharf, which could take between 12 to 24 months. However, and even though the ferry is in good condition, we still need to rebuild the inner marginal wharf. Fortunately, DOBAR was prepared prior to the Lahaina harbors to proceed with the contracting. So we are optimistic that we're going to be able to timely execute a contract and begin the rebuilding of Lahaina Smallboat Harbor. But at this time, Lahaina Smallboat Harbor is not open for recreation or commercial use at this time. Some of you have asked questions about your permits, some that are about to expire. The permits at Lahaina Harbor that have or about to expire, if you have a vessel that is ready to operate or operational, you may apply for a permit to be used at another facility if space is available. If you lost your vessel, you may notify DOBAR and be placed on a wait list and be given priority when Lahaina Harbor is operational for vessels. But we are not issuing out permits if you do not have a vessel at this time. Status of Ma'alaya Smallboat Harbor. We have limited capacity for parking and restrooms. The ferry pier is operational and priority for use of the ferry pier is for the ferry. And they are, their dates, how many days do they operate? 3 days a week?
Depending, sometimes it's 3 to 5, just depending.
Okay, yeah. So, but they are taking priority on the use of the ferry pier. However, DOBAR is also prioritizing the available slips for at Ma'alaya Harbor for displaced Lahaina and Mala permittees, subject to coordination with DOBAR, specifically Paul Sensano and his staff, so long as the capacity at Ma'alaya is not exceeded and commercial operators must shuttle their passengers because, again, of the limited infrastructure at Ma'alaya Smallboat Harbor. DOBAR is permitting vessel operators to share slips, so as long as you shuttle your passengers, you can share the slips. Mala Wharf, and I know many of you are here specifically for Mala Wharf. At this time, the United States Coast Guard controls ocean access through the safety zone. Those who have offshore moorings who wish to check on the status of your vessel or secure your vessel for hurricane season will need to coordinate with the U.S. Coast Guard for ocean access and through MPD Maui Police Department for land access. Those are the only people that are permitted at this time to use Mala Wharf. The County of Maui has the authority over the land access. And at this time, it is not open for entry. Mala Wharf is not open. DOBAR. We have authority over commercial and recreational vessel activity at Mala Wharf. Presently, there's no water, there's no bathroom, there's no office facility at Mala Wharf. DOBAR has ordered a trailer for Mala Wharf that is on Maui, and we hope to have operational, which includes a restroom and an office, and we hope to have that operational at Mala in about 30 to 60 days. However, the status of electricity and water is dependent upon both the county for water and electricity with Hawaiian Electric. Mala Wharf itself was not impacted by the fires, but because we do not have the capacity to manage Mala Wharf and to provide safe use, And I realize many of you may not need to use the water, you don't need to use the bathroom, but we cannot distinguish between some users' use and the public use. So we have determined that we will not open Mala Wharf for any vessel activity, including recreation or commercial, until we can get the trailer on site, which includes an office and a restroom. In addition, there is question as to the water quality offshore. Water samples have been taken by our Division of Aquatic Resources and to determine the water quality, if it is safe for human use. We have not gotten the results of those tests yet. I understand that many of the commercial operators and local fishermen will be disappointed by our decision today. But safety and protection and preservation of our cultural and natural resources, including marine resources, but public health and safety is our primary concern. We are going to try to do everything that we can to ensure that we can get the trailer on site. Once we can secure facilities at Mala Wharf with a presence, including docare and staff, Paul's staff can be on site, we will then reopen it and we will notify everybody when we're ready to open. And our opening is also conditional upon coordinating both with the US Coast Guard to open up the safety zone, as well as with Maui PD. So none of us are working unilaterally. We all have to work in coordination. So while DOBAR may have the facilities, we have to coordinate that with US Coast Guard and Maui PD. And likewise, this is the first time that US Coast Guard and Maui PD is hearing about DOBAR's position. So we will have a discussion with them again as to the coordination of our decision. I know that there's disappointment, again, by commercial operators and recreational operators that we are not opening Mala Wharf. However, when we do open Mala Wharf, I want you all to think about this as an option. If we open Mala Wharf for recreational activities Monday through Sunday and commercial activities Monday through Friday, so that we could leave the weekends for the recreational users. No decision has been made. I'm just asking you all to consider it. We will have more conversations with you before we do open up Mala Wharf for vessel activities, but that is just, we are all trying to figure out a good compromise, one that we can manage access, one that our facility can handle. So I would like you all to consider that. Those of you, and I appreciate that we now have approximately 296 people on this call. Obviously, it is a really important issue for all of us. So we want to work with you. Our primary concern is public health and safety. There is some additional news. Last legislative session, we did get appropriated $3.2 million for design and construction improvements at Mala Wharf and ramp, to include roadway and parking areas, resurfacing and restriping, comfort station improvements to lighting and drainage. And so once we can get that funds released, we hope that we can make those improvements so that the infrastructure at Mala Wharf can be upgraded to address those specific concerns. Okay, it is between staff. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, we have questions coming in.
Okay. I am now going to open it up for questions. Okay. We're gonna let you unmute you. We're gonna take them in the priority that the hands were raised. And again, please ask a question and not provide a comment. All right, so let's start off first with, is it Laurie Cunningham? Laurie, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you. Aloha. My name is
Aloha.
Lori. My question is, how will the DLNR be acting to support resiliency of the maritime vessels and permit holders on the west side if you're not providing them any assurance that they will be able to renew their permits? We're homeowners. We live around the corner from Mala. I've been a diver on Maui for 29 years, both from the shore and for crossing the channel on the vessels there. And I have several friends who are in the boating industry in Lahaina, who use both the harbor and launching from Mala. And I support those businesses and their families. And so, they're really good people. They're committed to the nearshore reefs. They're committed to providing essential conservation education. And I'd like to see them back in business when it's time, but I'm not sure how they're going to be able to do that if you aren't providing any security and the continuity of their permits. And so again, what reassurances can the DLNR commit to in the long term and in the short term to provide resiliency to those maritime small businesses? Thank you for your time. Mahalo and aloha.
No, thank you for the question, Laurie. I mean, our rules require that you have to have a vessel. You will be placed, you will have a priority place on the wait list if you have an existing permit. But if you don't have a vessel, you can't get a permit. So again, we understand, we do realize that many people lost their homes, they lost their vessels, their livelihoods were impacted, but our rules specifically require that you have to have a vessel if you're going to be issued you a permit. We understand that Mala Wharf may not, Lahaina Harbor may not be operational for a while, but so you will be placed on a wait list if you do not have a vessel, but you have an existing permit and you are in good standing. Your fees are up to date and you're in good standing. We will place you on the permit and you will have one of the first permits that are available when we open and when you have a vessel. That's the commitment that we can make to ensuring that those people who have existing permits can have an opportunity to get another permit when they have a vessel. Thank you for the question. I now have Keahi Ho. Go ahead. Keahi?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hello.
Oops.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, my question is along the same lines, is why is it that the DOBAR can bend the rules for sharing a slip, but can't bend the rules for having a vessel for a commercial, for a permit? We've lost everything in this fire, and we would just really love to have some assurance from the DOBAR saying that we will for sure be able to have our permits. I mean, the way you're wording it is not giving us assurance that we will be able to continue operations in the future.
If you have a vessel and we've completed the Lahaina Harbor, you'll get a permit. You'll be eligible for a permit before someone who was not a permittee.
Well, I can get a vessel tomorrow, but you don't have a place for me to put it. So I don't see how that helps anybody.
Well, that's a condition of our permits that you have to have a vessel.
Yeah,
My
point is you can you're bending the rules to sharing slips, but you're holding this rule steadfast. I mean, these are unprecedented times. I'm not sure. My question is why you're bending one rule and not bending another rule.
We're making available, we're recognizing the tragedy of the impacts that this fire's had. Those who have an operational vessel, we are permitting them to share a slip, not expand capacity at Ma'alaya. So those who are sharing a slip, they have an operational vessel. They had an existing permit at Lahaina. We are providing them a space at Ma'alaya. You're right, this is an unprecedented period of time.
So if I get a boat tomorrow, will you guarantee me a spot that I can start operating at Ma'alaya?
You
Does
can
that
get
help?
a permit.
Well, again,
You-
I
you
have a
think-
permit in Lahaina Harbor.
Okay, you don't
So
have a vessel.
I
That's
can
the
get one
that's the-
tomorrow. I can
If
have
you-
one
I
tomorrow.
cannot tell you whether to get a vessel or not, but if you have a vessel, you have an existing permit with us, you're in good standing, we'll give you a new permit for Lahaina.
Okay, well,
Okay?
thank you very much for your time. It's not assuring to me, and it's not good for my public health or anyone else that has a commercial or any permit with you guys. It is not giving us assurance, and it is not contributing to our public health. I'll just state that. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Heidi, go ahead, you're next.
Hi,
Hi, Heidi.
thank you for listening. Kaya that just spoke is a Maui firefighter. I know that's not a question. I just want to add that. I have two intertwined questions about Mala. I've emailed DoCare and MPD about checking the boat and the mooring at Mala, trying to load items to stay dry. It's been over 2 weeks. I didn't get a response. Only 2 boats at Mala mooring, none at Lahaina Roadstead, are within the 200-yard safety zone. So why, one, would I ask the Coast Guard about access to a boat that's 300 yards offshore? It's the same as August 1st, 2022, not really their concern. And will Mala only open Monday through Friday when the trailer gets there? Since DLNR doesn't work on the weekends, if there's a weather event that happens on a weekend, will DLNR take responsibility for boats going aground or sinking? Because look how quickly and unforecasted the weather and conditions changed even in Lahaina 2 months ago. We just want to we're nervous about causing more damage.
Sure, no, and I appreciate the question, Heidi. I mean, one, let me take your questions separately.
Thank you.
You asked whether you can get access to your vessel offshore that's outside of the safety zone. Was that a
Right.
question?
And yes, and only 2 vessels are within the safety zone, and that can be verified by Google Earth Maps or a rangefinder on a vessel.
I think the question is you have to access through the safety zone to get to your vessel that may be outside the safety zone.
Okay,
So
that does make sense.
Okay. And you had another question?
Yes, about the Monday through Friday, although on Thursday, the Coast Guard acknowledged there are no safety concerns for the water side of Mala.
And well, let me be very clear. We
Okay,
have not made a determination. I mean, I quite frankly, I surprised my staff when I mentioned that this morning about possibly Monday through Friday, commercial, weekends, recreational people can use it Monday through Sunday. That there's no decision. I just want you all to think about it as a compromise. So one, I want to be very clear. That has not been a determination. We're not committed to it, but nonetheless, if you're a recreational vessel, and I think, well, let me back up. You've made a comment that the Coast Guard had indicated that the waters may be safe, and that may be true, Heidi. That may be true for purposes of access. But the 3 of us are trying to be very coordinated: the county, U.S. Coast Guard, and DOBAR. So we are all trying to be in sync with each other. That before we open up. And the access to the offshore mooring is a very unique circumstance. It's not to permit commercial use, but it's just recognizing the comment that you raised that hurricane season is coming, you want to go outside, you want to check your vessel. So that's legitimate and that's limited. It's not like we're permitting, people to
Right.
go out there. So in those limited cases, continue to coordinate with the Coast Guard. They're going to try to accommodate you, but again, that is a limited access. We do want to make sure that you can secure your vessel during the hurricane season. So I'm hoping that answers your question, Heidi.
I guess the only issue or not question follow-up would be who, since I did the MPD, they've been friendly and nice when we have gotten access to them. There's very few moorings, boats moored out at the roadstead in Mala. And so those of us out there, who do we contact so that we can get an answer and not have to swim to the boat to protect it? how, it's going to take quite a while, or even if it's only a week, we're worried about, I saw Guy Hoggy this morning saying there's some stuff in the distance. Who do we contact so that we could get an answer about saying, hey, I would like to access, and we're only asking even in the daytime, limited, we would give our names, all our licenses, all of that stuff. Who do we contact so that we could go there and not get in trouble or upset anyone?
Okay, let me confirm.
Okay. So,
Okay, and you can email me. You don't have to give it on this meeting. We have a list of all the moored boaters.
Okay, Heidi, I do have, Captain?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Heidi, this is Captain Asia Kirksey. Thank you for your question. I don't know your specific circumstance where you've been waiting for 2 weeks, but I thought I would just take this opportunity to communicate to everyone a direct phone number to call if you're trying to coordinate safety zone access, and we can try to figure out where it might be hung up. And so I'll communicate that, and we'll also, I hope, put it into the chat and follow up in another way we need to. And I think we've shared this number before. So it's 808-223-4064. And we can also continue as we have in the past, Heidi, try to figure out how we can help you and anyone else who needs access to the zone. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi, for the question. I think that I'm hoping that provided good information for others who may be in a similar situation. Thank you very much, Heidi. The next question, is it Captain Kael?
Yeah, my name is Kael. I own and operate Makai Adventures and Kainani Sales. We're a small company. Our boat in Lahaina Harbor carried 20 passengers. It burned in the fire. We have a boat in Ka'anapali that only carries 6 passengers. So we are a very small company, and I want to try and operate my boat in the harbor again. Obviously, it burned. You're giving priority to boats that haven't burned. I would like to get a replacement vessel and operate it in Ka'anapali and use the same skiff that I already use to load my passengers for my sailboat. I'd like to use that to pick them up in Ka'anapali. There were rules that were bent when Mala was being rebuilt in 2018, and Mala operators went to Lahaina to operate. Why am I not given the same leeway to operate off of Ka'anapali with the same skiff that I'm already using?
Okay, and thank you for the question, Kael, because I know we didn't address Ka'anapali. We don't have DLNR doesn't have a facility out at Ka'anapali. However, we recognize that there are people who do have permits out at Ka'anapali, offshore permits. We are trying very hard to balance and not increase the capacity at Ka'anapali. So if you have a permit that you had over at Lahaina, you can try to operate out of Ma'alaya, but we're not increasing the capacity by adding any more activity at Ka'anapali.
But that's what I don't like. That's giving favoritism to the boats that, it's, even though I have a permit in Ka'anapali and I don't have one in Ma'alaya, the smaller companies like mine don't necessarily have other permits in Ma'alaya that we're going to be able to fall back on, like Trilogy and Pacific Whale Foundation and Calypso and things like that. We don't have a link to that side that can automatically be like, we can work together. It's almost near impossible, because if the permittee in Ma'alaya changes their operations in the least, in the smallest a bit, it makes it so we cannot operate at all. So it makes it very difficult for us to even get by.
Okay, Kael, you're raising some really good points. I would recommend that you talk to Paul Sensano at Ma'alaya and see if there's something that can be worked out.
And I feel like you're raising the commercial capacity at Ma'alaya and giving them an opportunity, giving people opportunities there. And I feel like it's a simple, just temporarily. I don't want this to be anything long term. I want to get back to Lahaina Harbor as soon as possible. So if you're raising this the Ma'alaya capacity, raising it Ka'anapali, I think there's only 8 operators that want to operate off in Ka'anapali that were in Lahaina Harbor.
And what we're trying to do is is give priority to the impacted Mala and Lahaina Harbor permittees to go to Ma'alai, because that's where we have a harbor. We actually have a facility there. And we're not trying to increase the capacity of Ma'alai. We are trying to take into consideration those displaced operators and provide you an opportunity to move to Ma'alaya and get a slip there if there's one available, or share a slip with someone. But we're not increasing the capacity, and you still have to shuttle your passengers in. You know, I recognize.
If you're not increasing the capacity at Ma'alaya by slip sharing, how am I increasing capacity in Ka'anapali by sharing the same skiff? It's a very same situation there.
Well, because Dobar has a facility at Ma'alai. We don't have a facility in Ka'anapali.
So how am I don't, it's the same situation, ma'am. I don't really understand, like,
And maybe I'm not,
anybody
and maybe
more
I'm not,
than
you know,
Ma'alaya.
yeah, and maybe, Kael, I'm not understanding your situation. I would just recommend that you discuss that with Paul Cinsano and see if there's something that can be worked out.
Well, he says I need to come talk to you guys about it.
Oh, okay, then we'll talk to Paul and we'll discuss your situation, okay?
I mean,
I know. Okay,
but the harbor in the Ka'anapali is a state-run facility. It is. You guys
we don't have
operate
a,
it. It's a
we
state,
don't have
it's
a
a state
parking,
beach.
we don't have a
It's
parking.
well, if just like shuttling in Ka'anapali, they're not guests are not allowed to in Ma'alaya. Guests aren't allowed to. The new operators in Ma'alaya are not allowed to have their customers park in Ma'alaya. So technically, they have to find parking elsewhere. And there's a lot of private parking in Ka'anapali already. Not to mention the hotels are right there. They can just walk down from their hotel and not have to even get in a car. So I'm not sure what facility people in Ma'alaya are being impacted and not Ka'anapali.
Well, all I can
Does
tell
that
you
make
is that,
sense?
no, well, we have an existing harbor facility with a restroom, with parking, with slips. It is designed to be a small boat harbor to accommodate vessels. Ka'anapali isn't.
I mean,
So-
they already are.
So what we'll do,
Already-
what we'll do, Kael, no guarantee, we'll talk to Paul Cinsano about your specific situation, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I now have, is it Val McKelvey?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yes.
I want to thank you for coming out and having this informational briefing so that we can share our concerns, those of us affected. My name is Val McKelvey. I'm an attorney from Lahaina, and I have a question in the chat as it relates to a fishing boat captain that was running commercial operations out of Lahaina Harbor. He had 2 boats, lost them both in the fire, but he had one that survived. It was in Kailua Kona. He wants to bring it over to a slip in Ma'alaya, but it's not a commercial slip. It's actually a recreational slip. But he's being told that he can't do that. He can't run his commercial operation business with his boat from it because it's recreational. So he's frustrated. And I'm sure there's probably other people in this situation because he can't, there's no way. He's being told that it can't be done. And, he's losing $15,000 a day, and he's got 10 of his employees that are furloughed, and those guys want to get back to work and they want to, continue as a business so they don't go under or bankrupt. So my question in that is, what the state's in the best position to resolve this issue. And I wanted to kind of just dovetail off of what Kiahi was saying earlier about not being reassuring. The state, you all as DLNR and DBOR have the authority under the Hawaii revised statutes to amend these rules. You have rulemaking authority and or do what the DCCA recently did. I went to the Senate hearing on insurance claims last week in Lahaina Civic Center, and the DCCA reported that they actually waive requirements that insurance adjusters from out of state, they don't have to be licensed in Hawaii. And they did that to be quick to respond to the Lahaina fire. So, you all have the authority to do that. And I'm asking, what can you do or what will you be doing to address this so that these kinds of things can, move quicker? We need quicker action.
And Val, we are trying to move as quickly as possible. We are making slips available. There is no, my understanding is that there's not a commercial slip. If there's an available slip at Ma'alaya, we are making those available for those who have been displaced by the Lahaina and Mala Ward. So if he operated there and there's an available slip, he should be able to operate out of Ma'alaya.
But why can't you waive the recreational, like he can perform?
There isn't,
even
there
if it's
isn't, there isn't
temporary?
a slip for recreational and commercial. It's a slip.
Right.
So he should, if there's an available slip, he should be able to operate out there. There's not a recreational slip or a commercial slip. It's just a slip.
Right, understand. But he also has the ability to buy another boat. Again, same thing. He isn't able to run his fishing boat operations from either of them. So there's nothing as far as you're concerned that DLNR can do to remedy that situation, at least not right now.
I'm not too sure what he'd like us to do. Is give him another slip?
He wants to just be able to run his commercial boating activity from Ma'alaya.
He can. He can. I'm not too sure who's telling him he can't.
Okay. I left you my information. If you can reach out to me, because he's being told by your representatives that he cannot.
Okay. We'll follow up on that. Thank you,
Thank you.
Val. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Francis Phillips, thank you. Francis Phillips. It's
I'm unmuted.
So.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for having this hearing. And I'm a former Coast Guard captain and commercial fisherman. I've been here on that for 30 years. I've always had boats. I have a couple of boats now. To a couple of different
Francis,
recreational commercial fishing boats, which is a category that is sort of, but okay, I'm going to get to my point. I'm just trying to say thank you and give you my introduction.
You're breaking up, so we're not hearing you fully. Okay, try again. Go ahead.
I'll try to speak more slowly. Is that better?
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
And I'll try and condense my comments. Sorry.
Thank you.
The schoolyard next to the harbor is the Kamehameha Elementary School.
Yes.
I'm asking if you consider that as an additional dry storage area like the one at Ma'alaya, or possibly even a modern one with a warehouse and a lift. There's a great conflict between recreational and commercial vessels. And Mala doesn't really have the capacity in sheer volume, but that could make an excellent dry storage area to supplement small boats at Lahaina Harbor, both commercial and recreational, for storage purposes out of the water. It could ease the burden on the whole harbor. And the toxic soil results kind of dictate you got to clean it up. You got to remove that soil anyway. And you really only need 4 or 5 feet of draft. So it's not that much you have to remove. And it would be an opportunity to expand the footprint of the harbor without going into the ocean.
Okay,
And
good point, Francis.
You got to remove the soil if it's toxic. You can seal it up for a while, but you can't just leave it there, because the underwater movement of groundwater will carry those toxins out just like it would on the surface.
Okay.
So thank you. I have a lot of interest here. Now I'm retired. I'm lucky enough to be retired with some boats. So I want to see the recreational people get a little more priority too, because I think we're the residents. And just like you're considering the locals and the redo of everything else, maybe you should consider the recreational locals, the recreational boaters. We have a right to be here too. And the commercial activity in Mala and Lahaina is just so overwhelmed. The only people that have any stay in Lahaina are the yacht club and their little sailboats for the sailing season. Otherwise, it's hard. I live 60 miles from the harbor.
Okay, Francis, can I answer your question?
Yes, please.
Okay, so one, Dobart doesn't have authority over that piece of property that's currently by the Department of Education. We have no idea what they're planning to do with that property, but you raise a good point. So we'll have some
Well, it's
discussion.
right
with the state.
downtown in the middle of the vice and
Yeah,
conflict in Lahaina too. I mean, it's not a great place for a school, aside from being vulnerable to tidal waves. It has all
I
these
know-
reasons now it shouldn't be a school again. And
and you
so
know,
would you tell
Francis,
me a way that I could try to pursue that? Who should
Well-
I contact? The educationals,
yeah, you can try to
the Board of
contact.
Education, or what?
Yeah, you can try to contact the Board of Education. I have a hunch they've got a lot of other things on their mind right now. It's like opening up the other schools. They may not put this
I
on.
understand. And they have,
Yeah.
I'm watching that. I don't want to raise that subject even in the least, but they have that well prioritized in another place. They have a new location for the school.
Okay.
Enough
Okay.
said, up in this beautiful place.
Thank you, Thank you, Francis.
How,
You're
I
free
hope
to-
that you have, if you have the opportunity to consider that, please do. We need
Thank
that
you, we
additional
will.
dry storage.
Right.
Thank you for your time, and
No, thank you.
please give recreational boaters a break. You said that's part of the thing here.
You're
And
absolutely right.
I
Brett.
appreciate your time. I want to get off the air.
Thank you, Francis.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I have is HK Takahashi. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I got a two-part there. One is, would the bar be considering the conversations about the issue of the commercial permits at Mala, and will those commercial permitted operators be moved to Lahaina Harbor or somewhere else, just to ensure that the original want for Mala, or the original designation of Mala to be a community ramp, stay that way? And two, I guess, where is Laura Kaakua in all of this? I just wanted to wonder where she was in all of this too. So
Okay.
mahalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takahashi. One, the Mala permittees are not moving to Lahaina. And two, Laura Kaakua is still with DLNR. She, so we all have different roles and responsibilities, but she's still at DLNR. She would appreciate you asking about her. I'll let her know that you asked about her. Thank you.
Yep, mahalo. But just remember too, like, you know, in the beginning, as far as I understand, yeah, Mala is supposed to just be a community ramp. And so with these longstanding issues and the talks about expansion for like repaving and stuff like that, let it be for the community and not for more commercial operations. And I'll just leave it at that. Mahalo.
Okay, no, thank you for the comment. I appreciate that. I got Keith Kiahi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so my question is, you guys already have one ramp at Mala that was, I think this stopped being used, right? No longer could be used. You think in the rebuilding of Lahaina Harbor, will this ramp be able to open up again, be fixed up at the rest of the harbor, so you can help alleviate the permits at Mala, can help operate out of there?
Yeah.
So you know how Mala has permits, 16 permits, I believe, right?
Right.
Which we know Lahaina, the Mala was intended for public use, for recreational, and then, well, we don't know how somehow 16 permits popped up, but I never mind about that. But so to help alleviate 16 permits from Mala, and you guys get, you know, our stalls is in the 20s, so it's not much parking for everybody.
Yeah.
You think you could use the Lahaina ramp, since I already seen it being used to help with some cleanup already down there, to get redone along with the rest of the harbor, all right? So you can alleviate the pressure on Lahaina Harbor, maybe taking half, if not all, the permits away from Mala, giving it back to the community. So the commercial be where commercial is, and the recreational can be where recreational is. Is that a possibility?
You know, Keith, that has been raised. And obviously that's something we'll have to have a lot more conversations on. Because right now there are existing permittees, commercial permittees. DLNR Dobar, we have to do a better job of managing that so that we can open it up. I mean, that the recreational people do feel that facility is open to them. So as I started off the conversation, I'd like the community, the recreational, the commercial operators to think about how do we share that facility, and can we keep the commercial Monday through Friday, the recreational Monday through Sunday? No decisions have been made, but that's a thought, and I want you guys to think
Yeah,
about it.
I understand, and I really okay with, if we got to put up with, commercial until they rebuild Lahaina Harbor, yeah, I have no problem sharing that. I mean,
Okay,
that's fine with me. But if they can redo that ramp, and
yeah,
then with the final intent being that now commercial can operate out of there to help with our issues. Like we trying to work together. So
yeah,
if commercial and I put up, if you just work together at Mala for
right,
now, with
yeah,
the intent of doing the ramp at Lahaina Harbor, so some of them, or if not all of them, can go that way to help take the stress off of Lahaina or Mala
sure,
Wharf.
sure.
I mean, it's a win-win for everybody, right? So
Okay, okay.
that's my question. That was my question.
No,
Mahalo.
and that's a fair comment, Keith, and um, I want us to begin to start exploring and working on that, but thank you very much for your comment.
Yeah,
That
Mahalo.
was very- Okay, so now I have, is it Eric Stein?
Yes,
Eric?
thank
Yes, go
you,
ahead.
Chair. This is Eric Stein. I have a boat at Mala Wharf. It's a commercial boat. It's really small. We operate a few days a week and take 8 or less people. Our impact down at the wharf is, our footprint down there has gotten smaller over the 4 decades that I've been down there. My boat burned. My question is, for me to get back on my feet, I need to take out a pretty big loan. And to get that loan and then rebuild a boat. I mean, I know people can go out and buy a boat, but I need something that's more specialized. I can't just go buy an off-the-shelf boat. So that requires a loan to rebuild. And I'm hearing you say that I can get on a wait list for a permit, but the rebuilding process could take 1.5 to 2 years for me to design and get a boat made for me. I'm pretty scared because the size of the loan is like buying a house, that at the end of the 2 years, my permit is no longer available. And I've got a huge debt that it's hard for me to invest in my future without having an assurance that I'll have a permit there at the end, since I had a permit before the fire.
No, and I'm sorry for your loss, Eric. I realize many of you want that kind of reassurance. Our rules, the permits are only good for 1 year. The rules do require that you have to have a vessel. So I know that there's some decisions that you have to make, but if you have an existing permit and you have a vessel, you can get a permit. I mean, you can get a new permit, but we cannot just sit on and hold a spot for you until you finish your boat. So those are decisions you will have to make. But our rules are you have to get a permit, you have to have a vessel. And the permit is good for 1 year.
All right, let me just clarify what I understand here. I can go get a boat somewhere off the shelf and put my permit on that while I'm doing a rebuild. And then when I get my rebuilt boat, then I can transfer that boat back onto my permit. And that way I wouldn't lose my place or lose a step here. Is that accurate?
Your vessel will have certain requirements, number of
Of
passengers.
course.
And so if you are changing that with your new vessel, you may end up not necessarily being able to transfer that to another vessel. That's a more nuanced question. I think that's something you need to talk to Paul Cinsano and our harbor people on.
I hear you
Because
saying
you are, yeah, we're gonna look at what's the term of the permit that the specifications on your permit.
I hear what you're saying, Chair. There's the nuance of going and getting a loan requires that the people that are loaning me the money, the bank or whoever it is, recognize at the end that I'll be able to utilize the vessel. It sounds to me like what you're saying is if I step down from my current capacity on my permit, which is 12 people down to 6, that I will not be able to go back to 12 people or 8, which is what we've been.
Well, let me ask you this question, Eric. Are you getting a vessel just to hold your spot? Are you going to be operational?
I am trying to understand what my next step is.
Sure.
And
Because I mean, again, it's not our intention to create a property interest in these permits that you can just sit on them. You have to be operational. So if you get a boat, you got to be able to use it and you got to be able to conduct your business because you still have to generate gross receipts.
understood.
And if you're not doing that, you're not going to be eligible. You know, that's going to be a basis upon which your permit may not be issued. So I think you just need to think about that.
Yeah, I have been thinking about it. Thank you for your
I'm
answer,
sure.
Chair.
I know. Again, I'm sorry for your loss. We do have, you're right, there's a wait list and we just can't let people bank on a permit. That's only good for 1 year. All right.
This isn't just me that's asking. This
I
is a
know.
situation that's got 30 or 40 other people. 30 or 40 other people would have the same similar question. Wouldn't say that I'm banking on anything. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and I reckon, we're gonna think about a lot of the questions that people are raising here. So thank you for that. Anna, you're the next person. Anna L.
Hi.
Go ahead, Anna.
Thank you for your time. I'm a captain and manager of several vessels in Ma'alaya Harbor. And I just have a question about the infrastructure and facility management over there. Has consideration been taken to increase or maybe, I mean, our bathrooms don't have doors, the toilets leak, we don't have water pressure, particularly now if we're going to have 3-4 extra 150 passenger boats coming into the harbor. We're sorely lacking as is.
Are we having 300 to 400? Oh, no, good question, Anna. That's what we're asking if people are coming into Ma'alaya that have been displaced from Mala and Lahaina. They have to shuttle their passengers in because we don't want to increase the capacity at Ma'alaya. The status or the condition of these facilities, that's something we'll talk to Paul Cinsano about. But we are trying not to impact the existing Ma'alaya permittees by increasing capacity or increasing the use of the facilities. But the current condition of the facilities, they should be functional. So we'll talk to Paul Cinsano about that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, we welcome everybody. I'm just,
Sure.
We have concerns prior to this, and moving forward for the next several years, we just want to ensure that frustrations don't get worse. And there's FEMA money out there, so hopefully we can appropriate some of that to bring it up to standard and then increase our facilities there.
Okay, valid question, Anna. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mona, you're the next.
Okay. Aloha. Thank you for being here. I have I have a suggestion and I have a question. The suggestion as far as Mala, I am 21 years in Lahaina Harbor. I know most of the boat owners. I've worked for most. I worked in slip 1, slip 2, slip 3, slip 8, slip 9, slip 10, slip 11, and slip 17. So I know a lot of them. They're really good people. They've been around forever. And my question is, why are you making it that they will not have their permits and their slips that they paid major money for? We're talking, some paid over $1 million for those slips. with those permits, why are they not guaranteed a place? Are you going to pay them for those slips? Because you have retired me. I will be 69 next Wednesday. I have worked 21 years in the harbor, and I need to get back to work. And you are making it, in my opinion, that these companies are going to go underwater because of all your requirements. So my question is, why do you want to do that? Why can't you make exceptions and make it work for everyone? Because these people spent a lot of money, and you put them in a position where they have to spend more money without knowing that their slips are going to still be there that they paid $1 million for. It's not right. You've got to get them working somehow. That's my statement. Really not a question, except why are you looking to put us out of business? That's the question. The second part is, as far as Mala goes, I know I work for a company that 2 years ago stopped using Mala except for tendering out her captain's crew and supplies to her boat that has a Mala permit. She picks up in Kaanapali. During bad weather years before, she would load them at Mala. 2 years ago, when that started, she was respectful and stopped that action. She's canceled more trips during bad weather because of that, in being respectful to the recreational people. I believe that the permit holders for the dive people that just popped up made a great big mess with their cars and all their guest cars, and made it difficult in that ramp with all these divers. I don't know where they came from, but getting rid of them would really alleviate. The other suggestion I have is that they don't let people park their cars there. They make them park at Long's and make a deal with Long's and shuttle the people in. It costs more for the boat owners to do this, but it would be respectful and leave room for the commercial boaters, for the non-commercial boaters, for the recreational. There's ways that we can all work together, but what I don't see is the DLNR really working with the Lahaina Harbor permit holders. And I see them trying to put us out of business. And quite frankly, I'm not ready to retire. And this has impacted me greatly. I've lost friends, I've lost my town, and I've lost my work, and I need to get back to work. It's a major mental health issue for all of us. You'll put us all on edge, not knowing if we're ever even going to have our permits. One of my owners has been assured that his permit's fine in Lahaina Harbor. Now that's not true, what you're saying. It's absolutely not true. You have bent the rules many times, and now it's time for you to bend the rules again and make it work for everyone. And I do mean everyone, because I see you stealing Lahaina permit holders' permits for who knows what, but that's what's going to happen, and it's not right. They paid millions of dollars for them.
All right,
You're going to double hurt them.
and I'm sorry for your loss. Nobody paid Dobar $1 million. We don't charge anybody $1 million for their slips. So I'm not sure what the $1 million. I mean, Mona, we are trying to be as fair as possible. We're complying with the rule.
1.3 million for that slip with the permit. It's
Well,
not just the permit, it's the
they
slip
might,
we're talking
yeah,
about.
but that's not what they paid to Dobar. They paid Dobar. That may have been what they paid for the company that had the permit, or I don't know, but that wasn't money that came to Dobar. Dobar is not requiring anybody to pay $1 million. Those are choices that the boaters made there. Our requirements, and we are trying to help the Lahaina Harbor permittees by giving them the first right to a permit. It is, we
They have
understand.
a permit. They shouldn't lose their permit. They have it.
They don't have a
already have
vessel. They
permit.
don't have a vessel. Do they have a vessel? If they have a vessel, Mona, if
They
they
are
have,
all getting replacement vessels as we speak. They have already gone ahead and ordered new boats.
yeah, so
Some
Mona,
boats-
I would urge them to come and talk to us. You're such a great friend that you are talking on their behalf, but they can come and talk to us about their individual situation. but I'm sure they greatly appreciate you advocating for them. Thank you very much, Mona.
Aloha.
Aloha. Keahi, you asked one question, so I'm the sort of ground rules. Oh, this is different. Oh, sorry, Keahi. You're different. You're not the same Keahi who first asked the question. Is that right?
Yes, I am the same Kiahi. I have a different question,
Okay.
but
No,
I understand the
okay.
rules. If I need to wait till everybody's asked, then that's
Thank you,
okay.
thank you. I appreciate that, Kiahi. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Uh-oh, I have, is it CBS Debbie Patton? Debbie, is that you?
Yes.
Go ahead. Are you with CBS?
Ditto Mona and ditto Kao and ditto the first Kiahi. Turn that down, Steve. You are stealing our permits. You're going to hold a permit for someone in Lahaina Harbor whose boat did not burn, but they can't run either. Only 8 or so can go to Ma'alaya, not 40. So there's going to be people who cannot run because there's nowhere to run. You're saying you're going to hold their permit because they have a vessel. But those of us whose boats burned down and our house burned down, and the only thing we have left is a permit, we're going to go get a boat built, but it takes 2 years, 1.5 years to get a raft built. If we go buy a boat right now, that's half the size. You're saying we can't go back to the size we were operating. You are stealing these people's permits. So my question is, how can you treat differently a boat who didn't burn down but has nowhere to run, and you flat out said you're going to hold their permit, but a boat that burned down, you refuse to hold their permit while we build a new boat, while the other boat just sits there not paying ghost receipts because they cannot run?
And Debbie, I'm not treating anybody differently. That's what our rules require. Our rules require you to have an operational vessel. That's the rule.
We can get an operational vessel tomorrow.
Okay.
It will not be the same size or beautiful raft that we had because you have to have those built. A Coast Guard has to go through a certification with the boat. You cannot just go buy a boat. It has to be certified, not inspected. That is totally not correct. So what are you going to do with these permits? For the 40 permits between Lahaina and Mala and the 2 in Kaanapali that burned, what are you going to do with these 40 permits? Are you going to turn around and sell them to the next highest bidder because they go bring in a boat? These people have been in business for 40 years, Chair Chang. 40 years. Our children grew up here. They're born and raised here. And now you're stealing the permit that they've had for 40 years, good standing permits. And it's not me, it's Kao, it's Kiahi, it's Eric Stein. There's so many of us that have been in business for 40 years. You should know we're in the middle of a lawsuit at Mala. Now they're suing us for a boat we don't even have, and we still have to pay lawyers' fees, and we still want our permits. What are we going to do with this lawsuit when we don't even have a boat and we have to pay lawyers' fees to defend a permit you're taking away from us?
So what's your question to me?
How can you treat a boat differently? One that has a boat that didn't burn down. You're saying they have to have gross receipts. They can't have gross receipts. They can't run. Only 8 or so.
So Debbie, it's not I'm treating them differently. That's what our rules require. We are trying to make accommodations. They get put on the wait list first. But that's our rules. If you want us to change the rules, we can go through rulemaking.
Oh, we're already going through rulemaking.
Okay. So
you're
Debbie,
taking the weekends away from everybody in all the state harbors, not just Mala. We know that's going through. You're already trying to change the law. Everybody has said you're going through trying to take weekends away, and they know they can't do it just at Mala, so they're doing it for all the small boat harbors. Ed, you know that.
Okay, so Debbie, so your question? Yeah. I mean, we're just complying with the rules. They get to go on the wait list. We're trying to accommodate them the best we can.
So why would anybody go build a boat, try to rebuild their company without having a permit holding for them? How could anybody do that? Tell me, would you go spend $500,000 rebuilding a boat knowing your permit is not going to be there? You're putting 40 people out of business.
Okay, Debbie, I obviously my answer to you is not satisfactory enough. That's the rules. The rules require you to have a vessel that's operational. So we're not treating
Ones who
people
have a
different.
vessel that is operational and can't run with no gross receipts for a year, how is that different?
They have to have gross receipts for them to keep that permit.
So 40 companies cannot fit in Ma'alaya. So they're out of business.
I'm not sure what you want me to say. I mean, these are choices, and I'm sorry that people have lost their vessels. I am sorry about that. So Debbie, I obviously cannot answer your question satisfactorily. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go on to the next person who has a question.
Sure, go ahead. Thank you for your time. I'm sure you're going to get this 200 more times.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
Hello, good morning, Ben Wallen. I'm heartbroken by all of this, as we all are. I'm talking specifically regarding Mala access for the general community. The state, you started off your statements with that the state does not have the capacity to safely open the undamaged ramp and parking lot for the boaters. The county, the Coast Guard are supportive of opening the access. And I just want to know specifically, what is a safety concern so that maybe we can address that, because not having a bathroom or an office doesn't really, or water doesn't really affect the safety of the operations of the ramp. So again, how do we at least try to get the community back in the water so they can shuttle back and forth to Molokai to gather, to have some safe ramp to launch so that they can get back into the ocean?
No, and that's a very fair question, Ben. Our safety issues it's for the patrons. It's also for our employees. We do want to have a physical presence down there. So if we bring staff down there, they will have to have access to bathroom, water. So those are considerations that we're taking into account. We are trying our quickest to get that trailer on site so that we can create the environment to permit that facility to open safely. But those are some of the considerations that we're having to make is, do we have the facilities to have an employee out there? Do we have the facilities for vessels or people to park there? So those are the kinds of things that we're looking at from DLNR standpoint. Again, we are trying our best to get that trailer on site as quickly as possible.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what an employee from, is it DoCare? Is it an employee from DoBar that needs to be on site for a recreational boater that's going to launch at 5 in the morning? They're not going to be on site anyway.
Yeah, well, there may be people that come that are using it all throughout the day. We do want to have a presence out there. We do want to have that trailer out there that can monitor the place. So we do have to make accommodations for that employee. I mean, I cannot feel you guys' pain. I can only begin to imagine how difficult this is for everybody. We are trying our best. We want to make accommodations for the safe use and access to Mahler Ramp. We're just asking you, we just need to make sure that we've got the facility to provide that. So we're hoping to get that trailer out there within 30 to 60 days, if not sooner.
I appreciate it, Chair. I guess I just don't understand how a trailer and an employee is going to affect safety. Thank you.
What's the safety for the employee who's out there, as well as for the patrons? Thank you, Ben. Jim Walsh.
Yeah, hi, Chair. Everybody, thanks for hosting the meeting and kind of getting us all together again. As I said last time at the last meeting, these extraordinary events are really going to take extraordinary effort on all our parts to collaborate with one another, whether it's between the federal, the state, the county, commercial, recreational, all of it. You know, I think what we have been able to do over the years is we've really been able to fit 5 pounds of stuff into or 10 pounds of stuff into a 5-pound bag. You know, my question would be, looking to the future, can DOBOR have a vision of bringing our harbors and launch facilities up to the 21st century, meaning that there shouldn't be a conflict at Mala between the rec guys and the commercial guys? I know some of them, you know, in both areas there, they're all good people. You know, it seems to me that we ought to be able to bring that place to a position where there's enough room to accommodate all of the needs. And our facilities in the state typically are left wanting a little bit. The last few days, I've had the opportunity to be in Lahaina Harbor working on my boat, the Holokai. I'm with Atlanta Submarine, by the way, that we're trying to get ready to take over to Honolulu. The channel has been cleared for me to be able to move my vessel out of my berth over to the south side of the loading dock. So my next question is for the folks in Lahaina Harbor who still have vessels that are floating. They're going to have an ability to move those boats out of there, and they're going to need to move those boats out of there so Global can do what Global does. So my question would be, is there a place, do you have a place for those guys to go so they could expedite the move and get those people out of there so they have an opportunity to go somewhere to bring these vessels that are still floating?
Are they operational? Are they in condition that they can?
I believe some are operational. I believe others would like to just use that Lahaina loading ramp there to trailer some out. But the ones that are operational and floating, they need a home to be able to get out of there so the construction and the salvage work can continue.
They don't have to leave. We can do the salvage around them, but it's still a good question.
Okay.
Where can they go if they want to?
Okay. So Captain has mentioned that they may not have to leave Lahaina Harbor, but for those who do want to leave, we have offshore mooring that they can maybe go to if they need to repair their vessel, and they need to leave the harbor facility. I'm sure that can be accommodated as well. So we would try to work with the vessel owners to either let them stay or find a way to get them out of the harbor and into an offshore mooring or into a safer harbor facility.
And with the Mala situation, would you be willing to consider bringing that up to an operational level that can accommodate?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Jim? What is your vision of an operational level?
Well, it just seems like there needs to be a little bit more space. There needs to be maybe another a ramp down there. The facilities need to be better. I'm a little bit uncertain why DOBOR has never had an office down in Mala in the past. I'm not sure why you might need one now, but that's your kind of decision on what you want. But the whole facility down there is left wanting. It's really
Yeah, and you raise a good point. And I think, Jim, that's part of what we're hearing from community members who feel like Mala wasn't designed to be a commercial harbor, but it was more designed to be recreational launching ramp. But it has over time, the commercial operations has increased. So yeah, I mean, it's costing us $3.2 million to repave. To expand that harbor, we get 1% of the entire budget for DLNR. We manage 1.3 million acres of land in the forest, 3 miles of ocean waters, and everything in between. So having adequate funds to pay for, an upgrade or an expansion of Mala, we're lucky that we got the appropriation of 3.2 million. But I am hoping that there's greater conversations with the community and the commercial operators to find accommodations at these facilities so that both can coexist. I appreciate your comment, but we do have limitations.
Sure.
Thank
Back to the Lahaina issue a little bit, because that's really more my kuleana is Lahaina. The boats that are inside that want to move offshore, if they have an offshore mooring that they could go sit on, I think one of the issues is that, okay, so now their boat's out there, but now they have no access to it. You know, as I think Heidi was mentioning earlier, the access to Mala is super important, not only to the wreck guys, but to the offshore guys that have boats out there. So now these guys who are moving their boats that survive the fire could have it sunk offshore by moving it offshore because they can't.
So Jim, the guys who are offshore and they can get request accommodations by the US Coast Guard to go to those vessels offshore. I mean, I think the US Coast Guard is as motivated as we are. The sooner we can open up Mala, they then may be able to, we'll coordinate with the US Coast Guard to open up those waters. So a lot hinges on Dobar's ability to open up Mala Wharf safely. We're trying to facilitate that so that people can have safer access without going through Coast Guard. But at this time, offshore moorings, those owners can coordinate and access with the Coast Guard.
Okay, well, maybe there's some Mala people on here that could speak to that a little bit more about whether they're able to get access or not, because I don't think they can. But
well, no, I think
tried.
Yeah, I think the Coast Guard mentioned that they could.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, wait, I've got the captain here who can clarify.
So I'll just clarify. Thank you, Chair. I'll clarify. This is Captain Kirksey again.
Yes.
We are absolutely motivated to give that waterside access. I do see how the land side, in our experience, can be a limiting factor. There has to be support from the land side if landside access is required to get to the vessel. And I know that requirement for landside support, doe care officers, that is sometimes a limiting factor that we don't have control over. And so we can articulate our desire to be as supportive of this as possible, but there is part of this that is out of our control. And because of that, I do think that's where some of Heidi's concerns and some of Jim's concerns come into play. And that's for Mala. I think Jim might even be alluding to, if they were offshore of Lahaina, even harder, right, for landside access. And so as long as there are restrictions on landside access, I can see how there would be uncertainty regarding accessing those vessels. But where the landside access is pre-coordinated, the Coast Guard is 100% supportive of doing everything that we can to get those vessel owners access to their vessels.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I see it as a landside issue, not a offshore Coast Guard issue, because I've been working with you guys to get in and out, and you're very helpful. It's the land side. It's a landside problem.
I know it's to a large extent it is Dobar. So we're trying to move as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much,
Jim. Thank you very much. I've got Kai Nishiki. Kai. Go ahead, Kai.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to ask, like was done at Haena in Kauai after the landslide closed the road to that area, it seems Mala is in a similar situation and has also closed due to our recent tragedy here on Maui. And it's an opportunity before opening Mala to any commercial use to do a master plan for community-based management and initiate and complete rulemaking to address appropriate tourism management. Will you please commit to this and addressing the community concerns that we put in writing to you in July after the Mala listening session was held with our community with DLNR? Because a lot of those concerns have been long-standing, and it seems that this is the perfect opportunity, like was done in Haena, to push pause on the over-tourism and commercial use of Mala, and to really respect the Lahaina community's voices. Will you please commit to that?
Kai, I greatly appreciate your comments today. I did want to ensure that there was, we heard a spectrum of community voices this morning, so everybody has an appreciation of the various interests. What I will commit to, Kai, is, and I'm sorry, I didn't see the specific requests by the community at from the July meeting. I'll talk to Laura about that, and I'm sure she got that. I will tell you the Lahaina CBSFA probably took them probably 5 years. What I will commit to is an ongoing engagement with the stakeholders of Mala, commercial, recreational, fishers, practitioners, that we will continue to have a conversation about what is best for Mala. I mean, I am hoping that the community stakeholders that are here, the commercial and the recreational and the community members, are able to have those conversations independent of DOBAR facilitating them. Because you're right. I mean, this is the rebuilding of Lahaina is much more than Mala, and Mala is very significant. So all I can commit to, Kai, is that we will, if the community starts our CBSFA process, we will work with you. I am not committing to saying we're going to pause all activity at Mala until that's completed, but we hope to work in tandem. If the CBSFA is able to establish itself at Mala, we will, that will have a consideration in how we manage the facility. But at this point in time, until that's in place, we do have some existing rules that we have, but we are open to having this conversation extend far beyond just today. But I would encourage the community in Maui to have conversations, like I said, separate and apart from just DOBAR facilitating. If you guys can come up with some recommendations to us, we are more than willing to consider them and adopt them through either appropriate rulemaking or some other management tool. I don't know if that's going to be satisfactory enough, Kai, but that's what I can commit to you. Process.
We did submit that letter that does outline a number of solutions, and that DOBOR and DLNR, the permits are only for a year, and at that point they can not be renewed, and we can take the time necessary in our community to put in place an appropriate management of that area. And just, you know that these permits, that there isn't an entitlement that you get them renewed. And we have brought up a number of issues, that environmental impact studies, that carrying capacity, biological carrying capacity, Native Hawaiian rights are being impacted by these permits that are being issued because folks feel so entitled to them. So, it's really important to look at the list of issues and solutions that came out of those Mala listening sessions. And it's so important to look at the environmental review prior to issuing these commercial permits. And the carrying capacity, like these are things that should be done before use is just started up there, because like Haena, they had a tragedy where they had their landslide happen, and it really was a catalyst for how commercial activity was managed there. And that's the opportunity that we're seeing here, in that, yes, it's a tragedy, and it is an opportunity to push pause, because we're already paused. So just keep the button pushed and look at things before we just go back to status quo. That's it's very, it's been a huge flashpoint in our community, and we would love to see you folks being responsive, um, and making bold moves that really make our community know that the decisions are community led and government supported. That's so important. So thank you for this forum, but we really would like you folks to come to Maui and talk story with us. That's been an ongoing request, and Ed, we've asked you to come. Please come and listen and talk story with us. This is not the best forum. Like, so many folks don't even have connectivity to attend these meetings, and there's so much going on, and we'll make space for you here. Please come and talk story with us. Like, it took, over 50 days for our county leadership to be able to come and talk story with us. And it's so important. So, and Laura has been an advocate for that. And we don't understand why she's not at the table here, so we would really appreciate that. Thank you. Laura Ka'akua, you're sorry.
Right. No, and I will make sure that she gets that message. Thank you, Kai. And we will commit to coming to Maui. We had just decided this was an informational meeting. When we're wanting to, so we will consider coming back to Maui when we can all participate, so that we understand that for many of you, that is a better forum. Kai, I would ask, as you have asked our commitment, I would ask if there can be commitment by the community as well. And I'm going to ask the commercial operators to sit down and you guys have conversations together. We
Well,
cannot
of course,
do this by ourselves.
Yeah, we when we had the listening session, that was a community listening session, and they were invited and welcomed to the listening session, and we repeatedly asked them to come up and voice their opinions in person. And like, I heard that this session was put online so that it would make commercial operators more comfortable.
No, that's not true. That's,
like they
we
wanna
weren't
be able to-
accommodating them. Yeah.
that
I
they
want to
want to
be,
be able to, like, maybe hide behind the computer because they don't want to say what they say, in front of the whole community. And like, that's what we want. We want everybody to be able to openly say, hey, if you want to advocate for your commercial use permits that are greatly impacting our native rights, like, be able to say that to our faces, like, that's why community meetings and listening sessions are so important. But commercial operators have to be able to, be willing to say these things in public with the community. It
You're
seems
right.
like the ones who are reticent to speak their minds directly in an open forum with everyone. And
okay. Oh, no, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And I do want to really be clear, our intention was not to accommodate any particular group. It really was to ensure that this was a forum for informational.
Well, yeah, but then you guys had a meeting and you only invited the commercial operators to that meeting. Like, our community was left out, and it really felt intentional,
And that's fair, but Kai, that was a follow-up from a meeting that Senator DeCoit and Representative Holt had regarding the business, and the commercial operators had asked us to have a follow-up meeting. So this meeting was also asked by the commercial operators, but I said, we're going to open this up to everyone who wants to attend. So this, it was not, none of our meetings are designed to ice anybody out or to favor one side over the other. So we're trying to be as fair as possible. So I'm sorry if it appears that we are being biased in any way, but we are trying very hard to be as objective as possible.
And I really appreciate that, but just understand, like, that other business meeting that was held, with Senator DeCoit at the Ritz-Carlton with the Lahaina town business folks, like, that was also not open to the general public. And then you're saying, that they kind of like facilitated this other private meeting that's just advocating for the commercial use of our ocean. So it just feels like commercial use of our land and commercial use of our waters, like that they're being able to have these special, invitation only meetings, and people, the community, the residents who are feeling all the impacts of over tourism and the impacts of all of this stuff are being left out, and our voices are not allowed in these meetings. And it's
so Kai, you're right.
It hurts.
No,
It hurts.
And I appreciate that. And that's why today's meeting was designed to be more open. So I have about 30 more people who want to make a comment.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
No. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. I've always appreciated your comments. So I'm going to take Captain Victoria. Go ahead.
Aloha, Chair. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I am a Lahaina resident. I am part of the Lahaina community. I'm a boat captain. I did attend the Mala listening session several months ago. I did speak up. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. It's hard, so much information has been shared, and I wanted to say thank you to Dobor for providing an office as well as enforcement down at Mala. That's my home port. That's where I launch out of when I do take our commercial vessel out. I am looking forward to having enforcement down there so that it doesn't have to feel overcrowded or contentious down there. Let's see, sorry, I'm looking through my notes.
No, your question?
Yes, ma'am. Ocean access may be our livelihood in the commercial industry, but it's also our lifestyle. And it's my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the Coast Guard are ready to open Mala Oceanside, and MPD is okay with opening access to Mala from the land side. So I do think that the context of how much commercial activity is not really, it's not really a relevant topic because there aren't that many visitors here. Our operation is not looking to operate for several months. I do think that the community, like myself or the gentleman who spoke earlier about seeing his family on Molokai, do warrant having access. So
your question?
I'm wondering if access to Mala can be opened up for recreational use sooner than 60 days. That feels like a long time. And I know someone in the chat put up the idea of porta potties as maybe a solution. Is that something you guys would consider to speed the process?
We're hoping that we can get our trailer out there sooner than 60 days. So we're looking at 30 to 60 days. It's ensuring that there's water out there, ensuring that there's, we do want to have a presence. So it is also an enforcement issue. So I bear with our patience. I mean, I think you heard there's two sides of this issue. There are obviously the commercial operators who would like to go back sooner. There's members of the community, Kai just spoke, who would like to not have any activity at all. So,
Chair, I am trying to speak as both. Yes, I have a commercial interest, but I also have a residential interest in being able to go out and enjoy the ocean.
Sure. No, we recognize that. So we are trying to facilitate that as quickly as possible. Our challenge is from an enforcement, how do we distinguish recreational for commercial? So again, we're trying to be very consistent.
May I ask you if also DOBOR will please look into HAR 13-231-61? This one does give you guys the authority to make some accommodations for vessels that were lost, sinking, or in this instance, fire. And so I would like to see if you guys would reconsider this firm position that you have to have a vessel based on your rules, which I know is important for you guys to follow.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate that. And please know, I mean, while I may have been committed to certain things here, if in consultation with our staff, if we can accommodate some of these within the context of our rules, we will try to do that as well. So thank you, Captain. I now have Kalani Caldito. Go ahead, Kalani. Are you there, Kalani? Wait, Kalani, are you there? Okay, we're gonna put you on hold. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
Oh,
can
go
you
ahead.
hear me? I'm
Yep.
sorry, this thing is hard.
Okay,
The
that's
Zoom.
okay. Go ahead, you're good. We can hear you.
I wanted to what Kainishiki and some of the others had voiced about having this meeting. Again, one, it's hard. I'm not really akamai on this stuff, this computer thing. And two, before I get to my question, I just wanted to let you guys know that some of the key people or a lot of the key people like our kapunas should be in this meeting, but can't be because they don't know how to use a computer. Maybe they have grandchildren, maybe they don't. I don't know. But for the most part, a lot of Lahaina people, their stuff burned. So how can they get on this computer? I really beg you guys to have a meeting, in-person meeting when you guys can, with us. I was also at the Mala Wharf meeting and the in-person meeting. It was a good meeting. Both sides were invited. So my question is, the compromise that you guys are thinking about the Monday through Friday, Monday through Sunday compromise. I just want to voice my concern on that. Yes, it's a great idea. Yes, it's helping out both sides. But the way I feel, and through my experience and through history, we've always been compromising. And this is where we're at today. Because we compromise, and we compromise. As I said in the meeting at Mala Wharf, can't do this. Like, number one, not even supposed to be using Mala Wharf for commercial. That was promised to us. But it changed. We compromised. Okay, let it happen. Worst of all, Kaanapali Beach wasn't supposed to be landed on. But we compromised. The hotels, they're rich, they got money, whatever. They get to land. But another, I guess, statement I want to make about renovating Mala Wharf to accommodate more boats, more commercial. I don't think so. If you widen towards Lahaina.
So Kalani, what's your question? What's your question you'd like to ask?
The question I'd like to ask is to rethink your compromise.
Okay.
Can you guys rethink your compromise? And again, please come back to Maui.
No,
Okay.
I appreciate. Kalani, what would, if rethinking the compromise, what's your alternative?
I think my alternative, to be in all fairness, is to put the brakes on the commercial.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I just want to make one more statement, please.
Okay, go ahead.
The commercial, I'm sorry, guys. I want to apologize straight offhand to you commercial owners that your blood, sweat, and tears you put into your businesses, your companies. But I'm Hawaiian by blood. What about us? What about our history that we've been run over? The way I see it, and of course, maybe a fantasy, that the commercial businesses should be back to the local people, to the Hawaiian people, because that's our resource. You're making money coming over here, moving over here, whatever, making money off of our resource and giving us crumbs. Maybe. Is the state,
Okay.
how come you guys don't have the money? That's a lot of money.
Okay, Kalani, if it's okay, because it sounds like you have more of a comment than a question.
Yes.
And I'm okay.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. I appreciate your very candid mana'o on this. Thank you very much, Kalani. I now have, is it Keone? Keone, go ahead.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Hi,
yes.
aloha. So the
Aloha.
question I have is, we were lucky in that our catamaran, we have permit 14 via me out of Lahaina.
Okay.
Our permit, our catamaran did survive, and we have it on a temporary mooring down in Sugar Beach right now. We did put a request in on September 11th, and then a follow-up again on September 20th to see if we can get a temporary VME to operate out of Ma'alaya. And we still haven't really gotten direction because as much as Paul and Corey's been trying to work on this, it kind of went from they don't have the decision making that it was your guys' call. And then from there, at the previous Zoom meeting, just for the commercial guys, you guys were saying, no, we're going to let Paul and Corey and those guys make the call. So we're kind of, the situation we're in is that we survived the boat, you know, our boat survived. We feel very, very bad for the guys that didn't survive, but our boat did survive. All of our people have been laid off since the fire. We're trying to get our people back to work, and we're starting phone calls for the busy upcoming Christmas season. But we don't have a way to tell our clients saying, hey, can we operate? You know, can we take their booking? We can't take the booking because we don't have clear.
Yeah, no, Keone, fair question. And you know, I'm sorry that you're getting mixed messages. So you know what we're gonna do? I've got our harbor officials here. They're gonna follow up with Paul and with you, okay?
Okay, so Ed is or Paul is or both?
We will follow up. with
They
Paul.
said we will follow up. We will follow up. So somebody's gonna follow up with you in a timely fashion, because I'm gonna double check and I'm gonna make sure that somebody follows up with you. All right?
Okay, so when we define timely, what's timely? Like in the next week, by Friday? I mean,
By the end of the week, by the end of the week.
Hey, mahalos for that. So
See,
Ed,
good thing you called.
I'm telling you, okay, hey, mahalo guys for getting this thing going.
Okay,
We
all right.
just want to get our people back to work and try to do the right thing.
Okay, thank you, Keone. I
Aloha.
now have Ka'anapali boat. Uh-oh, I've got
I'm
an
sorry.
Go
Hey
ahead.
guys, I want to say thank you for having this forum. In regards to the I don't know, the presence down in Mala, I think it's welcomed. I don't think we've ever had presence down there, or very limited. But my question is, I guess, why would it take 30 to 60 days to move a trailer? I got 4 guys that will move it tomorrow.
We may call you on that. It's a procurement issue. We got to make sure we can procure it and contract it. But we
Oh, I
believe
thought you
it's
said you already had it.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I think it's on island. So, I mean, we have to stand in line with everybody else who's doing the Lahaina recovery. So we're trying to move this as quickly as possible. The fact that it's on island makes it a lot faster.
Okay.
So, okay.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Archie Kalepa. Aloha, Archie. Go ahead.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you. I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
When you guys open the office down at Mala, will
Yep.
it be 24/7 or will it be 12-hour days? You know, I mean, 12 hours a day, 8 hours a day. And what does that mean for the users? Is it only going to be open for the duration that the office is open? That's my first question.
Good question.
Okay, and then my second question is, are you
Okay,
guys?
first, Archie, I'm gonna answer the first question.
Okay, go
Monday
ahead.
through Friday, 7:45 to 4:30.
Just step out.
But the harbor will still be open. Right? But the harbor will still be open.
And we can
Oh,
still.
okay.
So
So
yeah,
24/7.
24/7. The office will be 7:45 to 4:30.
Okay. The
Okay?
other- yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep, yep. Next question.
The next question I have is regarding a long-term plan for the commercial users.
Okay.
The ramp at Lahaina Harbor. The ramp at Lahaina Harbor be considered for commercial use, and also as they relocate Kamehameha Third School is turning part of that area into a commercial trailer parking. I think this is where the Lahaina community is at with the planning process.
Okay.
It's beginning to think about these kinds of things moving forward so that we can maybe not eliminate, but minimize the use of Mala ramp for commercial use. And I think
Okay.
everybody is on board with this. So it's really important for you guys to be part of the planning process with the community, you guys, the state and the county to be in these meetings and help with the process of planning.
Thank you, Archie. You know, that question was also raised by, I think, Francis.
Yep.
Phillips. So he asked the same thing. I don't know if you two guys talking story or what, but we'll also look into this. He asked us to look into it with Department of Education. So we'll check on the status of that, okay?
Okay, and then I have one more question.
Okay.
Regarding Mala ramp.
Yep.
Molokai and Lanai.
Yep.
Those people come over all the time to go shopping, go to the doctor, because they don't have flights.
Right.
And so it would be greatly considered on your guys' behalf moving forward that we put at least 3 public moorings for those people when they come over here at Mala, so that when they come, they have a place to drop off, tie up their boat, and go do their business.
Good question, Archie. Actually, that's a pretty creative idea. You know what? We're gonna look into it, okay, Archie?
Okay.
No
Thank you.
guarantees, but we're gonna look into it because that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Archie. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. I now have Lanny.
Hey, good morning. I'm a recreational permittee in Mala. And a couple of Sundays ago, they organized with the 3 departments that we could go out and check on our boats. I'd greatly ask that we could do this possibly once a week. Things can happen out there, and if we don't check on our moorings and our lines, we're going to end up, I hope we don't end up with a boat coming ashore. But if we could arrange one day a week where we could get access to our boats, I think that's a real safe and a worthwhile thing to look into, please.
Sure.
Thank
You
you.
know, Lanny, that is currently available through the U.S. Coast Guard. So I think Captain gave a number, and I think it's inside our chat. It's in our chat as well, Lanny. Just call that number, and you can make arrangements to go coordinate with Coast Guard to get access to your vessel offshore. And we're going to try to expedite opening Mala Wharf so that we don't have to have the Coast Guard, going through them. But at this point in time, that is your process. Go through Coast Guard, okay?
Well, thank you. I don't see anything in the chat. Maybe I'm like Kai and some of the others. I'm challenged in that regard. But
oh no. So the number is 808.
Okay.
223.
Okay.
4054.
40
64. 4064.
6-4. Thank you, Chair. Aloha.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now I've got Lena. Go ahead, Lena. I see you, Lena. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, aloha, Dawn. How are you?
Aloha, aloha. Good, good. Thank you. Good to see
Okay.
you.
Yes. So couple questions.
Okay.
Who regulates all these permits for these commercial companies?
We do.
Who's clear?
That is
How
Dobar.
many? Is there like a limit of how many permits are given?
Yes, we have administrative rules that provide that limitation.
And so if these boats are coming out of Kanapali and all of that, like, are you guys regulating those boats too?
Yes, we do have limits at that area as well.
And then how often is environmental studies done in the impacted areas?
You know, Lena, that's a good question. I don't believe we are doing any environmental studies. There may be some environmental studies after now with the fire and the impacts to nearshore waters. But you're right, we're not doing any specific studies for the impact of these vessel activities on the nearshore waters.
Yeah, our natural resources, right?
Yes.
That
Yes.
like the rest of us say, like that's our ice box, right? And
Yes.
if we allow these commercial activities to continue, there's nothing wrong with having commercial activities. It's the amount that's having.
Sure.
And it does seem like Lahaina, unfortunately, has a lot. And so I don't know if there's a way of looking and maybe readjusting the amount of permits that are given. But
No, that is
mahalo for your time.
no, thank you, Lena. And I will tell you, we are looking into that because that is our mission at DLNR. It is to preserve and protect cultural and natural resources, including marine resources. So we are trying to determine what is the best way to do that in light of the fact that we have permits. So I appreciate the good question, Lena, and we're working on it, okay? Thank you.
Yes, aloha.
Aloha. So now I have, is it Eva? Eva Shaw?
Yep, this is me. Hi, thanks for your
Uh-huh.
time today. My name's Eva. I own and operate a small boat business at Lahaina Harbor.
Okay.
We lost our home and our boat in the fire, and in order to rebuild, we really need to be able to get back to work. We're fortunate enough to be able to replace our boat prior to our permit renewal.
Okay.
And in 2014, Mala Boat Ramp was shut down for 2 months for repairs, and the commercial boats there at Mala were assigned by DLNR temporary permits to operate out of Lahaina Harbor. So my question is, will DLNR be assigning Lahaina Harbor permittees temporary alternative locations?
We have given them the priority at Ma'alaya Harbor. So you can contact the Paul Cinsano if you want to get a slip, if there's an available slip at Ma'alaya. We are not permitting the increase of capacity, but if there's an existing available slip at Ma'alaya, the harbor master can work with you.
Okay, earlier in the call, you did say that Paul is on this Zoom call. Is it possible for him to be able to state to answer some of these questions for himself?
You know, I would prefer that, because each of you have an individual circumstance, that you contact him directly and work through that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Next I have, is it Chris Suzuki? Chris, are you there? Okay. Chris, if not, I'm going to go to Tepua. Oh, wait, Chris, are you? Oh, okay. We'll come back to Chris. Tepua?
Hello.
Oh, yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
All right. Aloha.
Aloha.
I I have a question regarding the permit situation.
Okay.
If the governor said in the first week that the fire happened that because of this emergency, he suspended the HRS 200, which means that DOBAR and DLNR can make rules specific to this disaster situation, could you at least give everyone in their harbor who lost their boat, and for many, it was their small businesses who they put so many years and time and money into, and it was their livelihoods. Could you at least give them at least 18 months in order to buy a boat and hold off selling permits in order to keep their, sorry, this
No,
is just really emotional for me.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so you know what, Tipua, what we are doing is Lahaina Harbor, it probably will take 12 to 24 months to complete the rebuild.
Okay.
So if you
that
don't
is
have
what
a vessel, yeah, you can be
That's
put
what
on
I'm
a wait
saying.
list. You can be put on a wait list, and you will be one of the first that will get a permit when we're operational. But you won't get a permit, but you'll be put on a wait list. If you have a vessel, you can get a permit. But if you don't have a vessel, we'll put you on a wait list.
I still don't see how that is fair, though. If everyone is lost, nobody has money right now.
Well,
Nobody
some
has a job.
there are some who still have their vessel, so they've been able to get a new permit. So the people on the wait list will be have the opportunity for a permit before anybody else does. That's as much of assurance as we can provide.
I don't see how you couldn't wait until the harbor is operational to make those decisions on who give people that amount of time.
We are. You have up until the harbor is open. I may be misunderstanding your question, because if you don't have a vessel, you can be put on a wait list, and we'll go through the wait list before we go through anybody who's not on the wait list. If you have an existing permit and you have a vessel that's operational, we will give you a new permit. So those who currently have a valid permit at Lahaina who lost their vessel, they will be given first priority over anybody else.
What I am saying is, could you please hold everyone's permits who had a permit and not do the wait list?
No, and I know that you mentioned that we could waive HRS 200, but we are keeping to that, where you are first on the wait list, or you can be issued a new permit.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is just if you could hold everyone who had a permit and a boat until the harbor is operational. Right. And if they don't have a vessel until then I guess.
And what happens if we open in phases and we are operational before you have a vessel? Should we just hold that permit for you? Or should we make it available to someone who does have a vessel? Are you there, Tipua?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And I'm sorry for your loss. I really am. And I think we're trying to accommodate. So at this point in time, we are anticipating Lahaina Harbor. It'll take 12 to 24 months. There may be an opportunity where we're able to open up the harbor in phases so that we can let some vessels in. So those who have a vessel now can get a new permit. Those who don't have a vessel and are trying to procure a vessel, we'll put you on a wait list. We will go through the wait list before we go through anybody off the wait list when we open the harbor.
Okay, I guess we're just asking for a permit not to burn with the boats.
And they haven't burned with the boats. They're being put on hold You're given the first right to get a permit when the harbor is operational, assuming you have a vessel. You cannot, the permits are only good for a year. We can't let you just hold on to the vessel, but we understand your circumstances. So it is tied to the opening of the harbor. But we can't wait for someone to get a vessel 2 years, 5 years. I know that you guys are trying your hardest. I really do get it. But these are 1-year permits. They're not an entitlement in perpetuity.
Yes, I understand.
All right.
All right.
I'm sorry for your loss, Tepua.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris, oh, there you, Chris, can you now, are you able to talk? Okay. I'm not sure why we're having a hard time with you, Chris. I'm going to go to Gung Ho Sailing. And Chris, when you're able to talk, we'll take you next. Gung Ho, go ahead.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Aloha, this is Allie. With all due respect to the situation at Mala, I'm here to ask a question about Lahaina Harbor.
Yes.
As a small business owner. I'm a part of a Lahaina firefighter family. My partner was on scene as the fire began. He watched as as homes were engulfed, almost immediately on scene. What he did when 6 people and a baby came running towards him is he broke the County of Maui firefighter rules, and he put those civilians in his engine, in his truck, he was on the ladder, okay? He broke those rules to save those people's lives. It's all you can do, okay? So with all this discussions about rules and regulations, it is very difficult as a family with 5 children, all of us are traumatized by this situation. We have been fighting with insurance companies for our home that burned. We have to deal with an unimaginable amount of paperwork on the daily. The one thing we thought we would not have to fight for is our commercial permit out of Lahaina Harbor. We have 5 employees. We sail a maximum of 6 people. We have huge respect for the environment. We use less than 25 gallons of fuel per year. You are pushing us to get a vessel tomorrow, which we will, to keep our permit active. And I would like to say, I have a question. I am leading up to a question. On September 17th, we were compliant with all of our paperwork, save our vessel. We had to call your office on September 29th and demand a response from DLNR, who had ghosted us. We received no response about the status of our permit. We would have gotten a vessel on September 18th if we knew this was going to lapse our permit. So my question to you, ma'am, as someone who has lost everything, who is very upset, and by the way, my partner, he grew up in the harbor. His father is 5th generation Oahu, very connected to the local community, very connected to the sailing community. We have many friends who lost recreational sailboats who we're concerned about as well, and what you will do to their slips. And with all due respect, I would like to ask you, if we had had the foresight to see and know about the Lahaina fire on August 8th, 2023, do you know what we could have sold our family business permit for? Do you know that amount of money?
No, I don't.
$1.4 million. And now you tell us, with one job, we have a firefighter job, thank God. I've lost mine, my daughter has lost hers, my stepdaughter, my partner has lost his, our captain is traveling, and you guys have the audacity to follow the rules. I don't think you understand the way that the harbor works. And I think, unfortunately, Keahi has a 60 Minutes interview this week. We have a Good Morning America interview this week. All of the boat owners in Lahaina Harbor have already contacted us about going legal. We do not want to do this. All we are asking from you is to preserve what we had. so we don't lose even more. We have lost everything. The only thing we have is a firefighter job. That's it. That's all we have right now. We are displaced, we are stressed, and you do not care. And I want to know what you're going to do to go back to your people to change these rules, to allow those of us who've been respecting the environment and respecting the harbor to continue to have a business. Thank you.
I'm sorry for your loss, Allie. I want you to know we do care. If you do not have a vessel, but you had a permit at Lahaina, you can be put on a wait list and you can be given, and when you get a vessel, you can come back to us. We are not,
Respectfully, ma'am, you should have told us this on September 17th when we submitted our paperwork. We could have been in compliance and had a vessel on the 18th and been off on our way.
and I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so
I'm
we
sorry
are going to demand, we will have a vessel tomorrow. We will resubmit our paperwork to Danette and we will reactivate our permit that you gave no response to until a day before it expired, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry that I didn't respond.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but you really need to understand there's 40 of us in the harbor and we're not going to let this go. So you're causing emotional distress, physical stress, financial stress that doesn't need to happen. People
And
who
you're
have been
right.
hardworking, law-abiding,
And I'm sorry,
environmental
and I'm sorry that you're seeing that we are the cause of your stress. We are not intending to cause any more stress. We are trying to accommodate the Lahaina vessel operators that were impacted. You can seek a slip at Ma'alaya. You can renew your permit if you have a vessel, or you can be placed on a wait list. DLNR and DOBA, we are not trying to create any more stress, but trying to provide you some sense of as much assurance as we can provide you, given that these are 1-year permits. But we will accommodate you, trying to find you a replacement slip at Ma'alaya. We will renew your permit if you have a vessel, and we will put you on a wait list. That goes for all of the Lahaina vessel operators that lost vessels.
With all due respect, ma'am, I would encourage you to put yourself in Keahi's shoes in that moment at an unprecedented time of disaster to this community. And just for a minute, think about.
And what would you like? What would you like me to do?
I would like you to think about your roles. And I would like you to think about your unprecedented situation, like Keahi mentioned earlier. All of a sudden, we can share slips at Ma'alaya. Commercial boaters can share slips at Ma'alaya, no problem. That would have been completely forbidden.
So we are letting people share slips at Ma'alaya.
Okay, so after the harbor opens, how long will you give us to get a boat, and what size are our slips going to be? And you can guarantee we will get our commercial permit. No, it's annual, it's lapsed.
I can't guarantee anything.
Wow.
All I can tell you what's our process.
It's unfortunate that we as a family cannot feel supported by our government. It's very unfortunate.
And I'm sorry you feel that way, Allie, as we are trying our hardest. I can never feel what you're feeling, but I'm hoping you can.
With all due respect, you are not hearing the people of Lahaina Harbor. You are not. You're not listening. You're not thinking outside the box. Thank you for your time. I guess we're going to have to go a different route with this.
All right. Thank you very much, Allie. Chris, are you now able to turn on? Oh, is that you, Chris? Number 1357? Is that you? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Is that you, Chris?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you for getting to me. I called via my phone just to get
Okay.
this unmuted. I'm just a local recreational fisherman and everything, and I've been listening to a lot of the stuff that's been going on and whatnot. I don't usually do these things, but um, I recently lived in Lahaina. I do have a house. I lost my mother and my brother-in-law in Lahaina, lost our house and everything. But I currently reside in Pukalani. I do have a small vessel that I usually operate out of Mala. My question is, and if I can, I'll give some reasons. But my question is that I understand you want to bring a trailer in to regulate from Dobar at the Mala Wharf with water, restroom, and everything. At times, you guys have taken away the water and restroom when you guys closed it, said that was being used too much, rubbish taken away. Is it possible to reconsider and allow us to access Mala Wharf to do our recreational fishing and use it? And when your trailer becomes available to put there to operate, then you may then operate it for safe. But to hold off on the opening of this because of that, when we never had one before, it doesn't. I don't like to use the fire as a reason why you guys are electing now to do that. The community and the commercial people have communicated with each other, not always in the best ways, but we've been able to operate at Mala. I guess sometimes not in the best ways, but we worked it out without that trailer or people there or anything like that. So Maui is a big ohana, and we tend to work it out somehow, and no disrespect to the government, state, whatever. But, you know, if we wait for you guys to get employees, get things to be put into place, we'll never have that opened up. And to be really honest, I love to provide fish and everything like that for my family, my friends, everybody that I really fish for money. I usually fish to give away stuff, but I can't afford to go to Costco and buy a $80 package of steak for 500 people, but I can go out there and catch fish, provide food for some of my friends and everything like that that aren't able to get that. But to hold off on because of the trailer, it's the longer we wait, the longer it takes. Is we're just losing our ohana here on Maui. People are leaving the island because we have no access to nothing, and to wait 5 years to start your life again, there's a lot of people that are old and they don't have that much time to wait to start a life again. So the faster we obtain this, it'd be better, I would think.
No, thank you, Chris, and I appreciate the comment. Clearly, you're not the only one who has asked that we haven't always had facilities down there. Why does that have to be the basis for whether we open? We're hearing a lot of you saying the same thing. I'm not guaranteeing anything, as that is a position we took before we came onto this call. I talked to all the staff about that. I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to change our position. We're going to try to bring that trailer faster. We will try to see if we can look at opening, Mala earlier. Again, we have to be in coordination with the Coast Guard and Maui PD. I suspect it's probably more Dobar that's holding the opening up than the other two agencies. So I will go back and we will discuss it with our DLNR, our staff here, both DoCare, our Division of Aquatic Resources, and DOBAR, to determine what's the best outcome for Mala. But I think, Chris, I'm hoping you also heard some of the other community members who are saying they don't want Mala opened at all. So I think I'm hoping that people appreciate sort of the dilemma that we're faced with at DLNR. Trying to listen to all the voices who have said, on the other hand, we've lost everything. Don't open up Mala. Give it back to the recreational. So again, thank you for your comment. I appreciate it. I'm sorry for your loss.
And ma'am, just to re-clarify that and whatnot, I do know you saying that some people don't want it open and everything like that, but all I'm asking is that we don't use this fire to be the judge of that. If you guys want to make that determination maybe later, and go through the proper legal chains and everything like that to do that. It's just like the commercial use there and whatnot. I get it. I feel for the commercial, I feel for the recreation. But to use this reasoning.
We're not using the fire. Yeah. I want to assure you, we're not using the fire as a reasoning. There is a safety zone. So yeah,
but the commercial and recreational being Monday through Friday or Saturday and Sunday, I know the recreational people are going to hate me for this, but they have the same right now, I guess, until the rules change. That shouldn't be a reason why to change it because of this situation. You guys can change it legally through their proper ways of doing things and whatnot. And for me, like I said, the only push for me, the reason why I want Mala open is, as far as you guys all know, Mala is the calmest and safest area in this island that you can launch your boat. Whether the facilities are terrible weather-wise, I do want to launch from Malaya, but partly I'm a little afraid that if I go out there, the wind, everything, I'm going to get stuck. And I hate to call the Coast Guard out there just to help me, because this is the only option I have, is to launch from Mala, and I can't safely get back in.
Yeah.
So Mala Wharf is a big consideration. And like I said, comment-wise, I've been listening to you guys with the commercial and recreational Monday through Friday, whatnot. I think that shouldn't make a difference until you guys resolve that at another time where you guys legally take care of this and whatnot. And as far as your harbor permits and everything, is it possible for you guys, as far as the people that have permits, can you guys rethink it and have it so that if they had a permit, everything stops and are postponed until you guys reopen the harbor? Then their permits can start to take their time. If they had a year and they only used it for 6 months, you guys stopped at the time of the fire. And when you guys are legally able to reopen Lahaina Harbor, then that permit time continues, because how can you give a permit to something you guys don't have?
They can go to other facilities, they can be on a wait list, they can be issued a new permit. I mean, Chris, we really are trying to accommodate, obviously not to everybody's satisfaction. So we're going to take into consideration all of the comments, all of the questions that we received, and there may be some changes. And if we make any changes, we'll make sure everybody is made aware of those. Okay?
Okay, well, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it Thorin? Thorin?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
All right. Aloha all, and Chairman Chang. I'm a Lahaina permit holder. I have Lahaina Maritime. How will Paul determine which businesses or boats are allowed slips, the golden ticket in Ma'alea? How will we be notified? I have emailed him. I've asked for a slip. And I'd like to know how we find out if we're under consideration. Based on that answer to that question, I've got a couple other follow-on questions.
Is Paul on the line? Or but we can't. Okay, Thorin, we're gonna confer with Paul on why responses haven't been timely, why inquiries haven't been timely responded to, and try to get a response out to all of you who have indicated that you have contacted Ma'alaya. Now, I want you to all understand, our Ma'alaya staff, we have a lack of capacity. Our harbor agents are trying to help with the recovery. They are over at the Lahaina Harbor assisting with the adjudication of the vessels that U.S. Coast Guard is removing. We've got our harbor agents doing other things as well. So we are trying to respond as quickly as possible.
And I'm perfectly happy with that response. I am not asking for us to be put ahead of recovery efforts. I just would like to know when we will have that information, because if we're not allowed a slip, and we do have a boat that's coming or here, how do we meet the financial requirements of our permit if we are not allowed in a slip in Ma'alea?
Fair
So
question.
that's the biggest part of it is that I'm lucky I could probably trailer in and out of Ma'alea if I had to. I'm a fishing vessel. It would be a extreme pain in the rear end for me to do that.
Okay.
And I'd much prefer to have a slip.
Yeah, and you know what? Obviously, that's a question that many others are thinking about. Is if you don't have a vessel, or you're not able to operate, we will go back and meet internally and determine what is the best course of action to deal with the gross receipts. We've currently are suspending all permit fees. That's correct, right? So maybe we do have to make some accommodations on the gross receipts for a period of time, recognizing that many of you are not able to operate. So appreciate the question, Thorin, and let us go back and put that on our list. We're going to try to get responses within the next week and discuss what is the best way to deal with that situation. Because like I said, you're not the only one raising that. Obviously, there are many other operators in Lahaina and West Maui who are faced with similar circumstances. So thank you for the question. We will address that internally and then make sure all of the operators are given that information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. All right, I got Keawe.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Keawe. We can hear you.
Actually, my name is Kekai Kiahi.
Oh, okay, Kekai. Sorry.
Yeah. So, when you talk about the community and the commercial operators getting together and working on how we can best utilize Malabov, we've been doing that for a long time. We've been in mediation, going through the process, and we always came to a disagreement. The one of the main things I like put out there is that a lot of the commercial operators would never bring a solution to the table. It was the community who brought the solution to the table. It was the operators who shut it down every single time, to the point where the mediation process fell apart. Okay, that's just court-ordered mediation.
Okay.
And so we always, like I said, because the commercial operators had everything going for them, they had nothing to bring to the table. It was always the public. Now, Mala Wharf, when it was first built, it was the yacht club and Lahaina Fishing Club that pushed to get Mala Wharf built. Okay. It was because the commercial entities at Lahaina Harbor pushed all the recreational people out of Lahaina. We had no place to fish. Now there is a opportunity to make Mala Wharf 100% recreational, redo the ramp at Lahaina Town, and use a partial of that Kamehameha grounds to provide parking for the commercial operators. There's some commercial operators that even entertain this idea and agree with me on this. So I think that's something we should look at. But again, question too.
Yeah.
And like it goes beyond this issue also, but whenever somebody in the government, whether it's DLNR or what, they actually gave the community a voice for the first time, because we were never heard. We asked DLNR to come to Lahaina for so many years to give us this meeting so they can hear from a community. They refused. And so finally, when we get someone like Khalil, who gives us a voice, when we get someone like Laura Kakua, who gives us a voice, they're removed. Why are they removed? Now we've got to deal with who? With Ed and you. We already get issues with Ed already. We cannot work with that guy. You got to bring somebody else in that we can work with, so that we feel like we're getting a fair shake. What is ironic about this whole situation right now, and I feel bad for the people who lost, but the hurt and the pain that these people feeling and the loss that the sense of loss that they have, hey, welcome to the club. Because that's what us local people been feeling for over 40 something years. We've been pushed to the side, ignored for so many years. So this is what I like from you guys. Entertain the idea of making Malo-Off 100% non-commercial and put the commercial operators downtown, upgrade the facility so they can do that. And I don't want to hear DOE separate from the DLNR. You guys can talk to each other and make that happen. But hey, this has been going on way too long already. And like I said, I'm not trying to shit on anybody because I know we're going through some bad times, real bad times. But this is an opportunity, since you guys got to rebuild the harbor anyway, to add that extra infrastructure in that can handle the commercial operators they launch out of Mala. That's kind of what I got for say. But the mediation process between us and operators never work out. It fell apart.
Okay, I appreciate the question. I've heard that from several about expanding Lahaina for commercial and not using Mala. So several of you have mentioned that. And I do want to tell you, Kaleo and Laura have not been removed. We all have different tasks. There's a lot of work to do at DLNR. I'm sorry that you don't feel that, well, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate
Laura
that.
Kaleo was the first people to actually give us that voice. And then when you do that, you remove that voice from the community. It further pushed distrust on Dobar and Seaworm and all that, because that's the people that actually can. They wasn't doing anything special as far as, you know, favoring our side. They just gave us a voice. When we're at the meeting at Mala, if you were at the meeting at Mala, we had about 200 something people there. There was majority non-commercial people for Malo-Off. We gave the opportunity for the commercial people to speak. A couple of them did, not much after that. But we had about 200 people there, and almost all of them said no commercialization of Mala. Now, that's the people saying what they want. I see plenty of accommodations being made for the commercial operators from Lahaina and Mala. I see all that accommodations and stuff. I don't hear nothing for the community yet, the recreational people yet. No accommodations for us, but there's a lot of accommodations for them. Again, I like to see Laura back on this again. The majority of Lahaina like to see Laura back on this again. And if she's not there in that seat, you're gonna have a hard time getting trust from us. And that's 100% accurate.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, Ryan?
Hi, yes. Aloha. My name is Ryan Hall.
Okay.
I am an ocean user. I've been on this stretch of water in Maui County my entire life. First of all, my heart goes out to the issues at Mala. All I ever used Mala for was to launch, to fish, and escort canoe races. But I am a commercial operator in Lahaina Harbor, or at least I hope to be in the future. Now, we lost our vessels in the front row. We lost our slips in the front row. And this is, like so many others, this is on my entire future on this island, that this continues. Currently, our permits are in good standing. Now, back at the first stakeholders meeting that the Coast Guard hosted, Ed stated to us that our permits would not go away, and that when the harbor was ready to go, we'd be offered our slips and our permits back. And when that happens, I promise you, we will be ready to operate. In the days following the fire, we scrambled to find other vessels to put on those permits, but we were given no reassurances that we could use them in other locations, and we figured that that was a very bad plan. Now, these vessels didn't look anything like the ones that we lost. They were different sizes and shape, but we scrambled to make this happen. We ditched that idea, and we put money down on having new vessels built that very closely resemble the ones that we lost. We have assurances from the manufacturer that these things will be delivered and stability letter ready to go in less than a year, but that puts it very close, probably after our renewal point for our permit. I would implore you to consider putting the permits in Lahaina Harbor for those that have no other place to operate on hold, and not do this. Put a wait list. What is a wait list for us? This has been our life's work to get to this point. Anyways, my other question, or the question I want to ask, is because you mentioned wait lists and permits and stuff. If we are ready to operate and we keep our permits in good standing, will we be offered the same spots in the harbor? Because those front row slips that we procured, that was a lot of financial, and I mean, is there any guarantees that we get our same spots back?
That is our intention, Ryan. I mean, I am hearing more and more. I mean, many of you who are in Lahaina want an assurance that you're going to be able to come back to Lahaina when that harbor is built. I get it. And the only reason, you lost your vessels, this was not due to any action on your part. We're going to go back in Dobar and revisit the question about, can we just, as you're suggesting, hold
because
all
we've
those.
already put money out to have these new vessels built, and we still owe money on the corporation that we've.
And Ryan,
this is complete financial ruin you're talking about.
Hey, I want you guys to understand, these are 1-year permits. These are investments you
Oh,
guys.
I understand. I understand the process.
But I also know, I'm
Facility does not
hearing,
right now.
what I'm hearing from all of you is there some way that Dobar can accommodate all of you who are in good standing, that we hold your permits, even if you don't have a vessel
We're
now?
not talking in perpetuity. We're talking about the day that a harbor is ready, even if it's a fake reopen. I promise you, you tell us, oh, next month we have some place for you to operate. We'll have something to operate out of that.
Okay. So Ryan, no guarantee, because I heard from Ryan, I heard from many of you, I heard similar concerns. We'll take that back and we'll see what can we do within the confines of the rules, or what can we do? Do we have to make any adjustments? So
my house is still sitting, but I spent the night of the fire on a vessel offshore trying to pull people out of the water. So many of us have witnessed so much big tragedy.
I know.
And
I'm
here
sorry.
you're talking about not being able to stay in a place I've lived my whole life and make a living.
Okay. No, I hear your pain, Ryan, and I'm sorry for your loss. Let us see what we can do to be more flexible on Lahaina. All right. Give us an opportunity to revisit that question. All right.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Is it Lashana?
Yes, hi, Lashana Garnier.
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, so I had a personal vessel that I lost in Lahaina Harbor. I also am a captain with the Expeditions Ferry. My question there, I have two. The first one I want to ask if you guys could consider, when you do go with the rebuilding of the harbor and the planning process, that the community is included. I just know, I'm not sure where the disconnect was with the ferry dock and the way it was built and the accommodations, but it really wasn't utilized or able to be utilized by the ferry, and I'm not sure how that happened. So I really hope that when the time comes, the community and boat owners, both recreational and commercial, can have some input on how this can be restructured to be more accommodating to commercial operators out of Mala. I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
And
Lashana, do I hear you're a Lahaina Harbor user? Am I hearing Kekai and many of those who oppose the Mala commercial activities there? Are you guys at Lahaina open to moving all the Mala commercial operators to Lahaina?
So this is what I would like to propose or have you guys consider, is that having the community input of commercial and recreational users, And if that school, which was in a horrible place, my kids went there and I worried every day about a tsunami. That school, if you guys can get together as two government agencies, the Department of Education and DOBAR, and come up with a better plan for locating that school and utilize that property in some way, I'm not an engineer, but to help use and have more ability for commercial and recreational operators to work together, mostly commercial at Lahaina, but obviously some of our vessels that are recreational vessels, mine being one of them, cannot utilize Mala because it was too large. So have a good mix of recreational and commercial with alleviating the congestion that we all know happened in Lahaina every evening, dinner cruise rush hour. If we can just make it a smarter design, a better design, and help to bring some of those commercial operators out of Mala and alleviate that pain that we're feeling at Mala, because it is indeed supposed to be a recreational use ramp. But our boat ramp at Lahaina Harbor was condemned for so long and nothing was ever done about it. Nobody could ever launch out of there and it just sat there. So there's a lot that can be done, and I really urge and hope that you guys can please listen to the community, both recreational and commercial, so we can work together to build this back. I'm not going to say better.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Nope. Yep. So
sorry, but to build it back, in
Yeah.
a better way. And that's what I urge you.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I mean, you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing from members of the Hawaiian community. They'd like Mala back to a recreational facility. I heard Kai Nishiki talk about a community-based CBSFA possibly over at Mala. I'm hearing people at Mala operate. Well, maybe I haven't heard the Mala commercial operators, but the Lahaina, if we can utilize that school site and expand the Lahaina facilities to accommodate at least trailers, and see if we can make the Lahaina Harbor more accommodating to some additional vessels that could take the Mala operators. Those are really actually, they are worthy of thinking of us exploring. I'm not guaranteeing I am not guaranteeing anything, but I think that is really a conversation that we should have with the broader community. So, and I am willing to do that. I'm willing to look at, is there a way that we can transform Mala back to purely recreational? Expand the facility, the school site, to be a trailer, a place where vessels operators can store their trailers, and they can pick up their passengers out at Lahaina instead of at Mala. I appreciate all of those good suggestions. So you know what we're going to do? I know I got plenty hands up. Those of you, so I do want to, I want to hear from everybody, but can I ask some advocates? Yeah. So everybody, and we're keeping, those of you who've got your hands up, if you're willing to, I want a show of hands. If we broadened this conversation to look at Lahaina and Mala as sort of in totality, how do we expand Lahaina facility to become the commercial, where the Mala commercial operators can have trailers, can have, to move them over there, and then open up Mala. Wait, no, Lashana, no. I'm trying to see if I can just gauge the community, gauge everybody who's on this call. We still have 271 people. So I want to gauge oh my gosh, Todd, this is great. Okay, so all of you who are on this call, there's a poll that's come up. And the poll and the question that I have for all of you is, because I'm hearing a lot of you say, hey, look, meet with the community. We had mediation, but we couldn't get agreement. What if we looked at this? I'm not committing to anything because this is just sort of just coming up today. But if we looked at relocating Mala commercial guys over to Lahaina with an expanded trailer facility at Lahaina, so you could do your commercial activities out at Lahaina, and you could park your trailers out there at where the school lot is. And then we reestablished Mala to be purely a recreational facility. How many of you are in favor of at least having conversations, community conversations, on exploring that as an option? I'll raise your hand, or choose.
We're working.
Oh,
We
okay.
gotta still get this.
Okay, sorry, we're moving faster. So, so the question is, yes, we're interested in having broader conversations of making Lahaina the commercial harbor facility and Mala purely a recreational facility. All in favor of having more conversations on option 1 to explore Lahaina as commercial, Mala as recreation. Please, do they raise their hand or they select the poll?
Yeah, they're gonna select either yes or yes.
Oh
or
my
no.
gosh. It's a poll here.
People are the combo.
Oh.
Putting them back down.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Just very.
That's 150. Okay. I have 87% who say yes, 13% who say no. Overwhelming majority of people want to explore that option. I am not guaranteeing anything, but let us go back, Dobar. We'll try to have conversations. And again, you got to remember, we're kind of right in the middle of a recovery, and DOE is kind of focusing on I don't know what their option is for that Kamehameha School site. But if you can give us to the end of October, explore the option of trying to move, make Lahaina the commercial harbor center, utilize that DOE site for trailers, try to have a meeting with the community by the end of October to have more discussions on this. If you will give us the time to do that, I will dedicate our internal resources to following up on the DOE site, have Finn look at what's the options we can do with Lahaina Harbor. And then we can try to coordinate a meeting in Lahaina at the end of the month to meet with everybody to talk about what we're finding out and have in-person conversations with all of you about moving further that conversation. Okay? Okay? But I still have a problem.
No, we still have.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Lashana.
Oh, okay. thank you for letting me come back real quick, because I wasn't quite done. If
Yeah,
that
because
happens,
I've got 33 more people.
I
who
know.
would like a
Just
comment.
if that happens, I want you to consider the trailer parking is not really the issue with Lahaina Harbor. The issue is the harbor will need to be modernized for more capacity of inbound and outbound vessels within the channel, as well as the main loading dock. That is the issue.
Yeah, so no, we recognize, I mean, this is just coming up today. There's obviously a lot of things that we have to consider.
Okay, thank
Like
you.
I said, I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but I'm hearing enough of your voices here that that's a direction that you want us to go in. I'd rather find a long-term solution rather than sort of this, but I do have a short-term issue. I got an existing permittees at Mala and a community. So I need to, to figure that out. But I am open to exploring both, transitioning Mala over to Lahaina, restoring Mala as a recreational facility that's, and the community wants to do more management over that facility. I'm willing to explore that with our staff on whether that's possible. So before we meet with the community, we need to explore one, what do we have to do for the Lahaina Harbor? Two, what do we have to, is it even an option with the DOE to take that site back and expand it as part of Lahaina? But I'm willing to commit to doing that and to having a meeting out in Lahaina to discuss this concept. So I'm willing to do that. So Lashana, I'm going to let you go and I'm going to start to take the other people on the call. Okay?
Thank you.
And in a little while, I got to take a bathroom break because we have been going 3 hours. So I'm going to take the people who haven't asked a question. Okay? So Bailey, you haven't asked a question. And it's a question, not a comment, right? And I also, we are also going to follow up on Ryan and many of you who asked questions about what can we do to give fair assurances to the Lahaina permittees who have lost a vessel. So we're going to go back and look at that as well. So Bailey, you have a question?
Hi, yes. I'm a captain for one of the smaller boat companies where we lost our boat in Lahaina Harbor, but we still have our boat off of Kaanapali that we haven't been running, of course, because we used Mala to get to it. Logistically speaking, if we shift our permits to Ma'alaya, there's only so many hours in the day to be able to get all the way over there, utilize the friendship basically to use a slip, because basically how you gloss over that Paul's going to give us slips to use in Ma'alaya, there are none. Like, all of the slips are occupied, utilized, and already have their established companies there. So it would be really going off of the friendships and kuleana of relationships that we have to even facilitate that notion. So as a captain, I'm gonna have to start running my boat from
what's your
where to
question,
where.
Bailey? What's your question?
Is that if you're offering that up as a solution, when you gave temporary permits back in the day for us to be able to run when Mala was under construction out of Lahaina, I just don't understand why that same thing can't be reciprocated.
Because our concern is public health and safety. It is the capacity of Ma'alaya. It's trying not to tax that. I mean, I cannot feel your pain about your loss, but my priority is the public health and safety of these facilities that we do manage. And we cannot overtax Ma'alaya. So you're right. To a large extent, it does depend upon the goodwill of the existing permittees. And I'm hoping the people at Ma'alaya someday, they may be faced with a similar situation and that they have aloha to those of you who have been displaced. So We're gonna try to, I don't know what the capacity, what's available at Ma'alaya. We understood that there were available slips, but we will follow up with Paul on that and try to make sure that we give all of you your responses. If have you put in a request to Ma'alaya?
I'm an employee, so I'm just waiting to be told when I can come back to work, and I'm
Okay.
hoping to stay with the loyalty of my company.
Okay.
But as you know, as the days and months tick on, it's just the reality of everybody needing to make decisions for themselves and their
Sure.
families. But that is my company is my family. I lived with them. Like we lost our home. I'm neighbors with Ali and Kea. Like this is
So Bailey, I've got the question, and I mean, I'm hoping your owner did convey that to Paul, and we'll double check on what's the status of that, okay? 'Cause
and
I
it's
got
just
30
an
other people.
interesting statement that you keep making, that your main focus is on the health of everyone. If you haven't been in the facilities at Mala and in Ma'alaya, it's disgusting. They do not work. This is pre-fire. This is the fact that is the sword y'all are laying on for why we can't operate is, I mean, I don't even have a word for it. And it's unspeakable. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so I'm gonna take the next, is it McKenna? A question, okay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is that I have a VMA permit at Lahaina Harbor. My renewal is at the end of this month, and I do have my boat survive the fire. Right now, I am at Sugar Beach at a temporary mooring, but with my renewal, we have a slip, which is a personal slip at Mahalaya Harbor. Can I renew and use that as a temporary slip to operate my business?
Can I do that? Should we come to comment?
Oh,
So So you know what, McKenna? Ghost Charters, if you can communicate to Paul or have you already asked Paul that question?
Yes, we have 2 applications and 2
And you're,
emails.
and you're waiting for a response?
Yes.
Okay, so Megan and Ed are here and they will follow up with Paul, all right?
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for being on the call. Kaeo, okay, so I've got Tiari.
Oh,
Terry, your question?
Aloha.
Aloha.
Chair. I have a few questions, and since other people got to ask multiple questions, I'd like to be able to ask my questions. Is the department going to plan on renewing the shoreline use permits and continue allowing offshore mooring outside of Mala boat ramp for snorkeling? As mentioned before, Ed Underwood was open to the idea of not allowing shoreline use permits to continue, and I believe I would like to see those shoreline use permits not be renewed. I would like to know, when will you initiate the master? Well, I guess I'll ask the first question. You guys can answer.
Tell them that they weren't going to renew. So, Tiari, I think what I'm understanding is they said they won't issue any new permits. If they have a valid permit, they may be able to continue to use them when we open Malawar.
But these are 1-year permits.
Right, you're right.
Shoreline use permits are a problem. They take up parking stalls. You shouldn't have snorkeling and scuba diving next to an egress into a busy boat ramp. It's a public health and safety concern. And we've brought this up so many times.
Okay.
And Ed Underwood, you stated when we were in mediation discussions that you are not going to renew the shoreline use permits, and then you guys backed down.
So Tiari, let us go back and revisit that. I'm not saying that we won't renew them, but let me confirm the public health and safety issue of conflicting uses in the same area?
Well, it's just a matter of time before someone gets run over. We have several videos of them in the ingress egress area. And so when this tragedy happens, it'll be on Ed Underwood for continuing to allow this to happen.
Sorry.
My second question.
Go ahead.
My second question, when will you initiate the master plan and rulemaking? Through our mediation discussions, the department was open to initiating the master planning process. When will this happen? Because we've been waiting patiently.
Okay. And Tiari, I greatly apologize. I have not been part of those mediation discussions. I will talk to, was that with the Attorney General's office? I mean, the AGs in the litigation?
I believe Dobor can fill you in.
Okay, okay.
Ed Underwood and Megan have sat in those meetings.
Okay, okay.
I would like to know, when did Dobor consult the community of any expansion of Mala Boat Ramp? Because that was never, when we brought up the issue of Mala, it was about upgrading the current situation at Mala. There was never talks about expanding Mala. But then I heard the term expansion come up a few times.
I don't think we're expanding Mala. What we're doing is we've gotten CIP funds to repave and put in and the comfort station. So I don't think we're looking at expanding Mala Wharf. We're just looking at upgrading the existing, like the parking, the restriping, and the comfort station. So no expansion.
Okay, and then in terms of Lahaina Harbor, I do support the commercial users going to Lahaina Harbor. I think that is a step in the right direction. But any expansion of Lahaina Harbor needs to, you can't even be talking about expansion, because Breakwall and Lahaina Harbor are two popular historic surf spots. These are historic surf spots that are so important to many of us in our community, and you would take that away from the community. And so it will be met by a lot of resistance, any expansion of the harbor. So I think the department needs to considering issuing less permits, because we know over tourism has been a problem. We have people at the Capitol right now talking about the opening of tourism. And it just keeps falling on deaf ears. And so, you know, if we're going to consider moving commercial activity to Lahaina Harbor, then you guys need to stop allowing cruise ships to come into Lahaina.
Okay.
Like that needs to end immediately. As we talk about the rebuild of Lahaina, you know, the community, we are set on building a town for the working class families and not for tourism. So I think this master planning process needs to happen sooner than later, because people are so frustrated. And Ed Underwood, where are you? I have personally invited you to have meetings with the community. I want to know why you have not come to the community to meet with us. And when will you finally come and meet with the community so you have a better understanding? Because at the end of the day, you are the one that has been signing off these permits.
Okay, so you know what, Tiari? Ed is just, I mean, we've committed to coming back to the community. I understand many of you would like Laura to come back, and she, you know, that was a real helpful process that you had. So let us go back and let's reassess what we heard, overwhelming support, talking about a transition plan. Let me get a copy of what this master planning process you're referring to is, and seeing what we can do about implementing that process, or what's the status of that. So,
well, the department had told us that they were waiting on Molokini for that process to complete, and that they would be open to the idea of initiating the master planning process. But with everything that's happened in Lahaina, I think that the department needs to take this serious and consider moving this process sooner than later.
Okay, that's fair. Let me find out what let me find out what the status of that is, and then should we move based upon that, we'll keep the community informed of the timing on moving forward with that. Okay?
And I would just urge Mr. Ed Underwood to attend these meetings in person.
Okay.
You are the one signing off permits. You are the one leading this department, and you, of all people, should be meeting with the community. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you, Tiare.
We're at 12:03.
I know.
Wanna take a break?
Yeah, you know what? I do want to get through everyone. I got 27 more people, but can we take it's 12:03. We're gonna come back at 12:15. How long do we, how long can we stay on Zoom?
Probably till 12:30. Yeah,
Okay, you know what?
because we have some duplicates. The hands are
Okay.
some are duplicates. So we
So,
want to try.
I'm gonna try to finish, oh, that's gonna be 15 minutes. We'll come back at 12:15 and we'll reassess how many people still have their hands up who haven't provided a question, all right? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Hey, you know what? I've got 20 people. I'm going to ask you guys to ask your questions rather quickly. If you have asked a question, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask those who haven't asked, and we're going to try to go to 12:45. All right, so let's go. So next I have, is it Sarah? Could you please ask your question?
Hey, hi, I'm Sarah. I've worked on boats in Lahaina Harbor and Mala both for years. I've been a member of the Lahaina community for many, many years. And I'm sitting back and watching all of this. I lost everything in the fire, just as, I lived within a stone's throw of 3 different boat owners that also operated out of Lahaina Harbor. So I see this both from the Lahaina Harbor perspective as well as the Mala perspective.
So
and
your question
understand
what's your
my
question?
question is that I understand that there's tension there. And there has been tension there for a long time, but we're all community members and we all need to get back out on the water as fast as possible. And we need to get back to work. And so I was wondering if you guys have looked at some solutions on how we could do that. Like possibly a solution could be putting an interim harbor master down at Mala, putting in some guidelines in place where we have X amount of time on the dock. Everyone has X amount of time on the dock. You call traffic in and out. And then, everyone respects everyone and we call it a day. Everyone can get back out on the water.
And Sarah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. If we can get a trailer out there, we only have 3 staff out on the West Maui. I realize that's not a good answer for many of you. We're trying to build capacity, but they are trying to manage both the recovery efforts as well as addressing many of the concerns that you guys have raised. So we're trying to be creative, and our recommendation is we're waiting to see that trailer come in so we can have a physical presence at Mala.
Okay. And just one quick statement is in all of this, I think one thing that is really looked past is these small boat owners, these boat operators they're your neighbors. They are Lahaina community. They are pillars of the Lahaina community. They are just as much Lahaina community as the recreational boat owners. So in a time like this, they should definitely be given the respect of your brothers, your sisters, your neighbors, all of that. So
good point, Sarah. Thank you for that comment.
Yep.
Okay, I've got Ultimate Whale Watch.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Question.
Yeah. My question was, with the Lahaina vessels being required on the permit for renewal, those vessels are they locked into that permit without being able to work somewhere else in the state? So you're requiring the vessel to be on the permit for renewal, but not be able to function as an asset to generate revenue for the company. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I quite understand your question. You're asking if they have a vessel, can they operate elsewhere in the state?
Yeah. So if you have,
they can. If we have an available space at another facility, they can get a modification of their permit to operate there.
Okay. And with the frustrations I think that are coming on with your term with the wait list, in the rules, I believe that if something does happen to your vessel, you have, I think it was 60 days to rectify the situation before your permit had issues and the potential loss.
And we haven't terminated any permit because of the fires. Nobody has lost their permit. All we're saying is to keep your permit, you need to have a vessel. So and I did mention that we're going to revisit that question because many of you are concerned about some assurance that you have a vessel at the time the harbor reopens. So we're going to look at that question again. Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, a wait list, I've been on one for 15 years, but it's very difficult to take that to a bank. or to count on that. So I think that's the issue that a lot of us are having, is just a wait list. Just seems like hope and not something you can count on, and it's difficult for others to put any backing on. I had one other question with Mala. I understand you do have funds for that. Is there any way to add cameras to that list of items that so we can see the functionality of Mala?
What do you mean by the functionality of Mala? A security camera, or you want to?
Yeah, cameras for officials, cameras for the publics. I think that would show Mala is just as functional as any other ramp. It would be good to just like have people see that. I work at Mala. I have a service shop down there, so I'm down there a lot. I think that would be useful and helpful to everyone to have cameras down there just to see how things work. Is that a possibility?
I'm not sure, Charlie. That's a really interesting concept. We'll look into it. Okay. I've got 20 more minutes, and I'm trying to go.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you. Tammy Hart.
Charlie's next.
Oh, Charlie, so sorry. Charlie, go ahead, Charlie. Question.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So who has the authority to make that change that you said you're going to reconsider as far as holding permits versus putting people on a wait list?
We do.
Okay, so you guys have the ability to make that decision on your own?
Yes.
Okay, and when can people expect to hear a response? Because I got to imagine that this weighs on people quite a bit with the uncertainty.
I hear the urgency. I hear the pain by many of the people. So while we were originally standing firm based upon our rules that you have to have a vessel and we put you on a wait list, I've got to confer with our staff as well as with our Attorney General's office. What are the parameters that we can hold people beyond because it's only a 1-year permit. So how can we give people assurances beyond 1 year when your permit is only good for a year? But these are unusual circumstances. So I totally understand that. So we're going to try to see if we can, what can we do to provide a greater sense of assurances to many of those Lahaina permittees who are in full compliance. So no, totally get it, Charlie. And we'll try to get an answer back to people before the end of the month, if not sooner.
Okay, and then as far as all of the discussions here and
Yes.
follow-ups, how does
Yes.
everybody know, how does everybody get those follow-ups and
Oh,
stay up to date?
That's a great question, Charlie. So you know what we're going to do?
Yeah.
You need to check our DOBAR website, and we will update. We have on the website questions and answers. So we will update that on our website. So I'm going to encourage everybody to go to our website and check the questions and answers, and we will try to, ensure that you know that these are updated. So check our website. All right, everybody. Thank you, Charlie. I'm going to move on to Tammy Hart. Hi, Tammy. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Tammy. Go ahead.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Wait, let me get my reposition here so I can read. I'll try to be fast.
You got a question, Tammy?
I have one in maybe like 3, but I have suggestions to go with it so that it'll be quicker. Okay,
right.
Aloha, Chair Don Chang, DOBAR Administrator Ed Underwood, staff and everyone. This is me, Tammy Hart. Delinquent vessel and mooring fees are still under the chair's discretion to terminate?
Yes. Or under the department's
Okay.
determination to terminate. Yes.
I'll try to make fast now. Moored vessels offshore Mala should eventually be relocated offshore Lahaina Harbor. Potential for, this is kind of hard to read. Excuse me. Potential for Army Corps U.S. Coast Guard approved permanent moorings there and let us have Mala back. The sereneness was snatched from us like a thief in the night. Leave the moorings and check their integrity for other purposes yet to be discussed with community. The sereneness means there was one mooring, and then 2 mooring, 3 mooring, and then came planning mooring. So that's what I meant by the sereneness was snatched from us like a thief, because we wasn't told about, what was coming. We didn't know. Okay, and then while Lahaina Harbor will receive the attention it needs, I offer a suggestion to provide a dinghy dock in the future use of Lahaina Harbor. Eventually, when allowed, the dinghies between Mala Wharf and the ramp be non-existent in the near future. Ed did say that the whole Mala area is a cemetery. Well, yes, it is a cemetery with pre-contact and post-contact, burials, which are within the complex, and submerged lands fronting Pu'upiha Cemetery. Also, Mark Dicos should be helping to find alternate solutions for areas outside of the current Mala area. What about diving the sunken Carthaginian 2's site? Can snorkelers see the vessel from the surface? As you can see, we want to wash our hands of these snorkel dive boats, the walking in from the shoreline scuba diving operations and thrill crafts. This might not concern this, but this is because of thrill craft. As for the e-foil jet boards, are these under thrill craft permitted operations? If so, they should not be operating during whale season. On the Dobar site has what is an e-foil. It can go swift and silent as the post shows. Sounds like a thrill ride to me. As for the day-use moorings of Molokini, are there approved moorings for vessels to anchor off the Pali on the Lahaina district side of the Au Channel? No tourist-related vessels such as the snorkel dive guys should be within our ocean boundary. And I think that sums it up. But like the governor had mentioned in some of his announcements and stuff, the healing is the people. Now, and vision matters because we see, we see. We feel. Year after year after year, we hear. The old folks, the young folks, us folks, the Makua guys or the Kupuna and training guys. So yes, we need to revamp what occurs in our space because they came into our space and made us feel like it's our fault. But we're not there for all for one and one for one in financial, wealth accumulation. So this is integrity of who we are in Lahaina.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyway, thank you, Dawn, for allowing me this time.
Always, Tammy. Thank you so much for your comments. Always appreciate you sharing.
Mahalo.
All right. Mahalo. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Ching, thank you for taking my question. I actually am concerned about Lahaina Harbor. I own a company called Lahaina Divers. I've got actually 3 boats sitting on the bottom of Lahaina Harbor right now, my 2 commercial dive boats and then my personal boat. My question was actually with the Coast Guard. I know that we've been starting to try and clear things out. And I've talked with other operators who have been notified that they had an opportunity to go down and look at their vessels when they were brought up. I was curious as to how that might, how are they contacting people and letting people know? Because I have not been contacted and would like to have a chance to see what's salvageable of my vessels. Thank you.
I can, or do you?
No, you
Yep.
go ahead. That's on your side.
Okay, Greg, it said Underwood. We're actively now beginning to remove vessels, and we have staff down at the harbor to try to identify these vessels. And as they're identified, vessel owners are going to be notified to come down to check the boats, to do exactly what you said, to see if there's anything salvageable. Do you want to keep the boat, or do you want to sign the boat off so it can be disposed of? So as soon as we get to those boats, then you will be notified.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Greg. All right, thank you. So Nathan? You have a question? Nathan? Oh, we gotta unmute him. Okay, asked to unmute. We'll go to Scott and then Nathan when you unmute yourself. Scott, go ahead. Yikes. Okay, Sadang, we're gonna take the first person who unmutes themselves. This is a challenge. Oh. Tammy, are you on the line? Can you unmute yourself? I'm gonna keep on going down. Tony Marie Davis?
Unmuted.
Oh,
Unmuted.
you're
Can you
the
hear me?
winner. You're the winner. Go ahead, Tammy.
Tony. I was
Tony,
gonna
Tony,
say
go ahead, Tony.
aloha kakakiaka, but I can't say that anymore. So my question, which I think you have addressed, but I would like to make a comment. Back in 1992, when I was part of Pride Charters, our boat was being built, and we were working with Stephen Louis from Honolulu Shipyard and using Catamaran Express out of Malaya. And we did not have a vessel, but our permit was being held while our vessel was being built. So I believe there is some kind of mechanism by which you can use to allow this. And I think just from sitting through this whole meeting, I think you would completely agree with me. There is a huge mental health issue going on.
All right.
The
Yeah,
sooner
no.
we can get people recreational and commercial. I have done both. My family ran we had a recreational fishing boat all the time. I've been on all sides of this. I would urge you, I'm one of the small percentage that voted no on the poll. And the reason I did is because I hate to see the division between recreational, or not recreational, but the community, which the commercial operators are part of, but the recreational use and the commercial use be driven even further. We need to work together. I think we do need a better facility in Lahaina. I love the ideas you're talking about. I'd love to have those discussions, but Mala needs to be fixed. It's broken, as was raised about the bathrooms in Mala, and that I know comments you're short of time. I would love to have a meeting with you sometime in the future, Chair. I've always had a relationship. I'm an Activities and Attractions Association of Hawaii. I'm the executive director. So I lobby for consumer protection as it relates to the sale of activities in the state. And the commercial people that I represent live here. They're part of this community. Their money stays here. They're not the hotels and the big global businesses. They do what they do because they're passionate about it, and they protect the natural resource. I've heard many of them, and even the recreational guys. I mean, I sat down, I was part of the committee in the beginning.
Tony, your question?
Well, it was, why is the type of exception that I experienced with Pride of Family not being offered? But it sounds like you are open to it, and
we're looking at it. Yeah.
I so appreciate what you're doing, and just as soon as you can allow all of us to get back out on the water, the sooner the better for the mental health part of this.
Nope, I hear you, and
bring us together. Bring us together.
I need you guys to come together.
Yes.
I need you guys.
We tried. I was on a committee because they were suing the commercial guys. I represented the commercial guys in a committee with Ed and Megan, and there was other people, and the people, Kiahi, Tiara, Archie, and Kainashiki were on that committee. They stopped coming. So some of the things that are said, I mean, if you go all the way back to the 70s, come here.
Okay, you know what, Tony, I'm going to go on. I
get it. I apologize.
No, don't apologize.
There's just so much passion about this, and there's the whole. I'm really a truth seeker, and I just don't like all the, we need to work together. Get back to the Auntie Palahi Paki, you know, her whole aloha spirit of this state and
All
working
right.
to
Thank you so much.
Aloha. Have a great afternoon.
You too. I have Sadang. I think you're unmuted, Sadang.
Hello, you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I get just like two questions.
Go ahead.
Can you define commercial vessel? I'm a commercial fisherman.
Do you sell your products?
Yes.
Then that's commercial.
So I can be restricted.
Oh.
Not in our rules.
He doesn't have to get a permit.
Not commercial fishing.
Not unless they're taking passengers out to.
Right.
So what's your question, Sadang?
I like know where I stand on that.
Yeah. Well, I've just been told by Megan Agan. Megan Agan. Oh my God, it's a long day. Sadang, you raise a really good question. Ed Underwood and Megan have indicated that in our DOBAR rules, if a commercial fisherman is someone who takes passengers for fee to go fishing, that's under DOBAR. Now, our Division of Aquatic Resources may have a different opinion, but for DOBAR, if you are just going fishing and you selling your fish, then Megan.
Watch what you say.
No, I'm yeah, no. So Megan and Ed indicated that it may not be commercial, that you may be allowed to do what you're doing as a recreational, that you don't need a commercial permit, Sadang. So what's your next question?
You know, with all this thing going on, you guys
Yes.
getting all the inputs from everybody else, from everybody.
Yeah.
Can you guys and the community, whoever listening,
yep,
pick maybe two people from each group and meet with all you guys and get all the grabs together and to work out the solution to the problem. Not only you guys, sit down on the table with those that maybe the community elect one or two people, the commercial elect one or two. Sit down with everybody and hear all the gripes and try to work out the problem.
Excellent idea, Sadang. If people on this call would think about that, that would really be helpful. But thank you so much, Sadang. That's a really good suggestion. And I'm hoping that we get to the point where we have smaller group, smaller meetings with representations from these different stakeholders. So, and I thank you, Sadang, for joining the call, because you are probably one of the few fishermen. So thank you for being on the call. I'm going to take the next person. Okay, Sadang?
Aloha.
Aloha. Is it I have a P C.
Hi.
Yes.
Sorry, it was just the handle. My name's Peter.
Peter, go ahead,
Hi.
Peter.
Hi, my name's Peter. I'm a business owner in Lahaina Harbor. I'm also Hawaiian, so it's a solely 100% owned Hawaiian business. I had a few comments for you guys, just in light of the things that have been discussed during this meeting today. Accommodate, I think it's a great thing to explore with the accommodating the mala permittees into Lahaina Harbor. Some logistical things with that. It would make it possible to do if cruise ships were considered to be removed from there. I know that's a different conversation, but just from a logistical standpoint of an operator out of long-term running out of Lahaina Harbor, that is the biggest congestion hang up is when that happens. So that might be something you guys want to consider. And then expansion of the harbor. if you guys were looking into that, would you consider possibly expanding inland rather than outward? I am a long-term surfer and I do not want to see my favorite surf spots disturbed from the standpoint of that. But if that school area is something that's being considered, and with the logistics of removing some of the contaminated earth and rubble out of there, and what takes place if there was expansion considered, if that's something that you guys would consider. And then lastly, would you consider a portion of that school area, if this does all go that direction, to be long-term storage like the Mala area is for trailered vessels?
Right. No. Okay. Good point. Those are really excellent points, Peter. Very premature. I mean, this
Sure,
was
I
a
understand.
project. Yeah. No. Good, but
Understand.
very good considerations. I mean, clearly an environmental, an environmental review would have to be done. There's so many things, but the concept, and I do get that there's there's reception to exploring this concept. So I appreciate the support. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, and then lastly, just the as far as us all working together as a community, I think that I don't want to speak on behalf of others, but if the Mala community knew that that was going to come to an end and it was just a temporary thing for a period of time, I think us all working together during these unprecedented times to work with and be flexible would work a whole lot smoother if we knew that that was going to be the long-term solution for these
You're
things.
right. Yeah. No, that's what I'm hearing is there may be a short-term transition to, and maybe some acceptance of the Mala operators at Mala, with the understanding that the long-term solution is moving them to Lahaina. But again, very premature, just thinking about the concept. We need to explore that. But something that we're willing to explore. So thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is it Michelet?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Aloha, my name is Michelle. I get two questions, and I'm gonna lead into the question. Okay, so Molokai means Mala. I'm actually from Molokai, and I live in Lahaina. Mala has replaced the Molokai ferry for our Molokai residents. With the airline situation on Molokai, Mala has been the next, or should I say for some, the best option to get from Molokai to Maui and then up to Oahu, Big Island, Kauai, even the mainland, be it for sports events or doctor appointments or family events such as luau, weddings, and funerals. Mala is the connection between Maui and Molokai. So I need to make sure you understand the importance and significance of Mala Boat Ramp, not only for the community of Lahaina, but also for Molokai as well. So please look at Mala as not only servicing the Lahaina community, look at Mala as also serving the island of Molokai. So my question is, I echo Archie Kalepa's question. Can we have a mooring at Mala, maybe 305?
No, that was a great, okay, sorry, Michelle. Yeah, when Archie asked that, we said, hey, let's really look into that. So I appreciate both you and Archie mentioning that. We'll look into that, okay, Michelle? And thank you so much for, reminding us about the connection between Molokai through Mala. So yes, we heard your comment. Well taken. Thank you. You have one more question? Yep, go ahead.
And I'm gonna also lead into it. As for my current situation, I'm waiting for Mala Boat Ramp to open so we can go back to Molokai, visit my ohana. My mom and dad, currently in their 70s. I like to mahalo my mom and dad helping me in the meantime with my kuleana. I am a kalo farmer on Molokai. So, I'm a recreational user of Mala Boat Ramp. Like we're constantly there. Okay, so but we don't use the water facilities there. Once we arrive from Molokai, we just grab our boat, we go, we wash our boat, at our home. So I'm wondering, so that we can get back to Molokai, can Dobar set up maybe like porta potties for your staff, maybe an easy up tent, or can we use the water facilities there? Because I know that we have a lot of maybe the water buffaloes, you know, we see that going around throughout Lahaina where, you know, different agencies set up these temporary like hubs. So will Dobar be able to set up those temporary hubs so that, you know, I can get back to Molokai?
Yeah, no, I appreciate, you know, the other suggestions, Michelle. We're currently waiting for the trailer, but I'm hearing everybody, you know, you guys would all like a solution sooner than later, sooner than 60 to, 30 to 60 days. So we'll look at that, but I need to just make sure that I'm coordinating with all of our staff. I'm gonna recommend you guys should check our Dobar website as we're gonna try to provide updates on that. So when after in consultation with U.S. Coast Guard and Maui PD, we decide to open up Mala, we will try to let everybody know with both a press release as well as posting that up on our Dobar website. So Michelle and others, I would recommend you try to check our website, okay?
And you know what, let me just add one more last comment question. You know, because Molokai use Mala a lot, you know, and the runs are significant, you know, into Mala. I'm wondering that when Lahaina Boat Harbor is rebuilt, can the 16 commercial permit be moved to Lahaina Boat Harbor, giving Mala back to the community so that Mala is not overused as it previously was? Like, you know, because we frequent Mala a lot.
Right. So Michelle, that's what we were talking about is, a long-term transition is to move the Mala commercial operators to Lahaina, assuming that we can open up a better facility there, a trailer parking lot for the vessels to go there. So yeah, so we're committing to by the end of the October's we're going to try to explore with the DOE, that's facility, try to look at the Lahaina Harbor. How can we expand it? What is it going to take? And then come back to the community in Lahaina to explore that conversation more. All right?
Hello, thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. I have Nohea. I've got two people left, Nohea and John, because Kiali, I think you asked a question. So Nohea, go ahead, Nohea.
Hi, aloha. Thank you for having me. I'll try to make this quick. I guess one of my questions, I'll preface it to say, we need to consider our students of Lahaina. We do use that Mala boat ramp for our students. I volunteer with a nonprofit, which I understand is recreational. And as we all know, as locals there, Mala has been dangerous for a very long time, not just for our students, not for our families, but also the people that you allow to give commercial shoreline access to. So when we move forward, I know we're gonna have more meetings. Sorry, this is so emotional for me. When we move forward with this together as a community, as Dobar, as DLNR, we absolutely need to consider our families and our students because it's always have been dangerous. And by allowing more commercial activity to go in and out of that boat ramp, I mean, we have our kids down there and sometimes the trailers with commercial activity are flying in and out of there. We have kids playing with the water holes. Anyway, okay. I guess my question is in regards to the phases. I understand that environmental impact studies really need to be done. And how is the community involved in that?
Yeah, and you know, Nohea, this was a preliminary concept. We haven't gotten down to the point of, okay, what environmental studies need to be done? If you're talking about the transition to Lahaina, is that what you're asking about?
I guess as a whole, because I do have friends and family who operate as commercial operators too. However, regardless of it's commercial or recreational, how are the environmental impact statements? Because we're pretty much starting from ground zero. And in my opinion, all you folks are really good at expediting things, especially the EIS, but really hard when it comes to permitting. So my question is in regards to the EIS. Yeah. How is our community going to be involved in these studies? Because
and Nohea, we haven't made any determination. So we haven't even, I mean, nobody is we're just talking about concept.
I
We-
know, and during this discussion, I've heard the word expedite a few times, and it's concerning because I
Oh,
feel like
no, we're not expediting anything. We're not expediting the permitting process. I'm not sure in what
no,
context.
the rebuilding. I mean, the rebuilding or
Oh,
repairing
yeah, of Lahaina Harbor.
of Mala Harbor.
No, there's no repairing of Mala Harbor. The CIP funds are for the parking lot resurfacing. It's for a comfort station, but Mala Harbor, Mala boat ramp, there's no improvements to Mala boat ramp.
Okay. So when you say comforts, is that our public restrooms and showers?
Yes,
And
yes.
okay.
Yeah. It's all land-based things. Nothing in
Okay,
the,
great. So what you're saying is environmental impact statements don't apply to commercial use? Do we take that into consideration? Do we take shoreline commercial use?
for
and
what environmental impact are you?
for tourism? I mean, we do know that it has for many years created a large impact on our environment, especially on the reefs, on our local community. I'm just wondering how we can have a say in that study because tourism.
Yeah, so what study are you talking about?
Any environmental impact study.
Well,
From what I understand, the EIS is required, right, to continue any building?
We have, well, we're not initiating any EIS, so I'm not sure which EIS you may be referring
Well,
to.
I guess my question is to you. I'm hoping that you can provide some insight
Sure,
because
sure.
I must be confused.
No, I could be confused too, no, yeah. So I am not aware, DOBAR is not doing any environmental impact statement or
Okay.
environmental studies. We're not doing, if there's any improvements at Lahaina Harbor or there's use of the school facilities, clearly an environmental review would have to be,
Okay,
but
thank you.
nothing has been determined. So
So with
sorry
that,
for the
thank
confusion.
you. Thank you for clarifying that. So if they were to expand the harbor, does that mean parking more towards inland? Like we would have to accommodate for parking?
Oh, we're not even there yet. We're just looking at the concept of possibly, several people raised the consideration of using the former the DOE school land as a trailer park. But nobody has even talked to DOE. So I just asked the question, would that be something that this community or those on this call would be interested in? And we had a majority saying yes. So we committed to going and talking to DOE about what's their plans. We committed to looking at what would be our harbor plans, and then we've committed to coming back to talk to the community, at least those people who are here, and having a meeting in Lahaina to have further conversations. So that's the only thing that we committed to. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for educating me on that. I have so many more questions, but I'm going to let others speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am going to take two more people. I'm going to, and then I've got John and then I've got Leilani. Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John. Or Leilani. Leilani, go ahead. John or Leilani?
Hi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Leilani.
Okay, go ahead,
Can you
Leilani.
hear me?
Yes.
Correction, my name is Kapali Kiahi. I'm using my wife's phone because my phone died.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Kapali Kiahi here, from Lahaina as well. I had several questions. How many Kanaka Maoli have owned slips or currently hold slips in either inside Lahaina Harbor or outside moorings from Lahaina Harbor or outside moorings from Mala? Do you guys have that number?
No, we don't, because we don't ask for ethnicity in our permits.
Okay. Well, that's something that I'd like to know. Another question is, if you could also issue less permits moving forward, because I think we're seeing the results right now actually, even prior to the fire, we've always contended that that the state has issued too many permits already, like way past capacity for any of our harbors already. I think the recreational fishermen outnumber commercial fishermen way more, but there's way more representation on the part of commercial fishermen in our harbors. Especially in our small little harbor here, or our boat ramp here in Mala. And of course, I'd like to see that the state of Hawaii please hold up on their end. As far as Mala Wharf is concerned, it should have been just for the recreational fishermen, the small kind fishermen, especially from the ones.
Your question?
My question is, so, well, I had something else to ask as well. Okay. So I heard somebody else say that they could have sold their slip or their business, their slip, I believe, for over $1 million. I'd like to know how this is possible, and whether or not the state of Hawaii is incentivizing this kind of.
That's not us. That's not DOPA. We don't get any of that. I don't know what she meant by that.
Well,
we don't sell slips.
Has this been done before? Has this been done before? How many people have done this?
I don't know.
Can DOPA investigate on this? Because it seems as though people are banking on getting permits from the state so that they, and to me, it seems like they are incentivized as far as using this as property interests for themselves and their businesses.
Okay, so that's your question. You'd like us to investigate?
Yes, I'd like the state of Hawaii to investigate this, and whether or not somebody within the state government has a hand in incentivizing this kind of activity.
I'm not aware of any, but we will, I'll take your comment under consideration, okay?
Okay, I've got very much.
No, thank you. This is the last person I'm gonna take is John. John? And you know, Kiahi, I'm sorry, you had asked a question. Since I don't have John, I promise this is the last guy. Brad. Oh, is that you, John? Now we can hear you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
For some reason it wasn't working on my other mic.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Aloha, Chair. Yeah, so I'm in the same boat as like Michelin. I'm from Molokai, and I reside in Lahaina, and I often use the boat ramp to go back and forth to visit my mom. She's 70. Well, maybe I shouldn't say how old she is, but she's 76, and I go to visit her as much as I can. And I got to go over to clean yard and do other things. So like others said, Mala Ramp is a lifeline for Molokai. My mom, she doesn't like to catch the planes, so I'll bring her over for appointments, doctor's appointments, eye doctor, and stuff like that. So it is really critical for me to get back there, and like many others from Molokai and people that transit the channel. Now my question is, because I heard this earlier in the meeting. One of the reasons why you folks want somebody overseeing what's going on at Mala is because it's hard to distinguish between commercial and non-commercial activities. And I guess my concern with that would be, it seems like we, the recreational boaters, have to wait because of potential commercial activity from commercial users. So I guess my question or my ask would be, looking beyond commercial needs and commercial activities like porta potties and all that stuff for accommodating commercial users, for us as recreational users, opening it up to recreational users that don't require those facilities necessarily. I understand for sanitation reasons you should have it. But yeah, I mean, those seem like it could be remedied with a porta potty and hand washing facilities and other things pretty quickly. And then if there needs to be some oversight during the day, you know, I already see the DLNR officers down there 24/7 in their trucks. So, you know, that could be an avenue as well. But I guess my question was, would you folks consider, you know, just like a stripped down version of what needs to be there?
So John, the porta, you know, the trailer isn't for just the commercial operators. It is primarily for our harbor staff to have a facility as well as restrooms. So we hear you. We hear there's a lot of comments about, you know, we don't need a bathroom, we don't need water. And I appreciate both you and Michelet's comments about this is your connection to Molokai and you have family and, you know, this is really critical. So if we're going to make any changes and open it up sooner than we had represented today, which we said was 30 to 60 days, we will let you know. I'm asking you to please all check our website for any sooner openings or just updates, okay? So I've heard your comment. Okay.
Because I feel like, you know, you know, somebody made the comment earlier that, you know, I leave at 6 in.the morning, so nobody's going to be there. So the staff, you know, really doesn't affect us recreational boaters and transitors.
Yeah.
So that's why manao.
Okay, thank you, John. You know, I am going to close this. It's at 1 o'clock and we've gone on for 4 hours right now. So if you want to submit your comments to us and your questions in writings, please do so and we'll try to answer them. What we are going to do is please check our website. We're going to update that with additional questions and answers to the existing form that we have on the website. We will we will follow up on the poll that we sent out and the concept of, can we look at opening up possibly the DOE school site for a trailer facility to accommodate the MALA commercial operators in Lahaina. No guarantee, but we will talk to DOE. We'll look at Lahaina Harbor. What will it take? How can we expand that? Also taking into consideration, several of you raised questions about don't impact the surf. Clearly, there'll be a lot of environmental considerations before anything moves forward. And once we get those responses or we get some better guidance, including from the DOE, we'll try to coordinate a meeting before the end of the month in Lahaina to meet with everybody about, one, the concept that we discussed today. So again, thank you, everybody. I really appreciated the participation by over 200 people and the many questions that were answered. I'm certain many of you are not happy with the responses. We will try to get greater clarity as well on the issue of the Lahaina permittees and see what we can do. Those of you who have sent questions or applications or inquiries to Paul, if you could resend them so that, you know, they're extremely overtaxed. We're trying to get some additional capacity to them. But if you can, email Ed and Megan your inquiries and we will try to follow up on them. So there's a lot on our list that we need to follow up on. We will try to do that as timely as possible. We've appreciated everybody's participation today, and including the U.S. Coast Guard, who has been by our side here. So thank you, everybody, for joining the call. And we do look forward to some additional follow-up meetings with you. Okay, aloha.